this fellow is playing, but I'm sure it's also a pretty nice deck.
Okay, wir sind nicht live. Don't know why, but we are not live.
Oh.
It's kind of weird, because we might be live any second. But I also really don't want to commentate more than necessary, because my throat is already kind of sore. All right. So we're getting our players set up. And
as you already mentioned, on the right-hand side, we have Simon playing Blue-Red Delver. And
yeah, we saw Simon in a feature match against the Jeskai Breach deck earlier. Once again, we are back from our, we didn't cover round 7 of the Legacy main event due to some technical difficulties. We had to relocate the entire hall into a different hall since the heavy storm going on in Europe right now forced us to evacuate the hall that was originally intended for the tournament.
Yeah, good thing there was a plan B to evacuate this from the location.
So now all the players it was pretty easy relocating the players. You only have to pick up your deck and move to a different table in a different hall. Relocating the entire feature match area, quite a different task, since you need to move all the cameras, all the tables, all the playmats, all the streaming equipment like computers,
cameras,
judges,
microphones,
all of that,
tables. Like there's so much to relocate. It's awesome that they did it in that short order.
All right, and here we have, I think the names are switched around at the moment. Simon is on our right side here. The Blue-Red Delver player is the gentleman on the right who just rolled the die.
And
Jonas Knoll on lands is on our left here.
Lands. Did we see a land deck in the feature match area today?
I don't think we have seen one yet. This makes it our first one, as both players are drawing their opening hands. You still see a lot of setup going on in the background, as we did have to, get up, build up the entire feature match area once again. All right. And
I think players are still shuffling up, or did they just draw their opening hands? No, they didn't, right?
I think
so.
One of the players already drew their opening hands.
Oh, okay.
So from the looks of it, it looks like the names are actually correct. It's just the cameras that are wrong. I think the player cameras are on the opposite side of where they should be. Can that be true?
Yeah, I think so too.
Because we do know that the gentleman with the glasses is Simon, who is on Blue-Red Delver. And we also know that
he had pink sleeves.
Okay, my memory does not support that much information, but maybe you are correct. We'll see in a second when gameplay starts happening, if the cameras are reversed or not.
So, Jonas Knoll looking at his opening hand, the second one, I think. Both players on a 5-1-1 record, which is a pretty respectable record at this point. So both players have a win and win, as you already mentioned.
Yep. If you win this round, you're most likely going to compete in our top 8 for the Players' Tour slot. And now our players are waiting for confirmation that they can start the match, I believe.
So,
all right, we're just switching around the cameras there. As you might have noticed, the cameras were actually switched around. So we're still in the process of fixing that. Obviously, please excuse all that trouble, all caused by the storm going on in Europe, making us evacuate our main playing hall. All right, and there we go. Players are ready. As Jonas Knoll on the right-hand side of our screen leads the game off with a Bayou.
Simon, on the other hand, played Misty Rainforest, probably fetching for an island there. Best turn 1 play, probably Delver. Delver, blind flip Delver, attack for 3.
Most likely, as the Delver player, you kind of have to pressure the lands deck, because otherwise lands can often set up the lock between the Punishing Fire lock with Grove of the Burn Wallows, which is very potent if most of the threats on the Delver side have 2 toughness or less. And here we go. Now our player cameras are all set up appropriately. Simon, giving this Ponder a good old thought, because Ponder is not an easy card to resolve, keeps cards on top and passes the turn.
Back to Jonas, who is drawing another card. What do you think about a deck that contains of 30 or more lands?
I mean, it's certainly appropriate to call that deck lands, I would say. Apart from that, I think the lands deck is totally fine.
Yeah, I agree. Basically all your spells can't get countered, right? Because all your spells are lands.
They're all lands. And especially one of the signature spells of lands, the Life from the Loam, also pseudo cannot be countered because you can just redraw it every turn by dredging it. And I think we already see a 2019 Magic card in Jonas's hand in Field of the Dead. Nice addition to the lands deck. As Wasteland took out the Bayou in hopes of stranding Jonas without any green or black mana.
Wow, the Rishadan port here is pretty crucial. It seems like Simon only has 1 blue mana source, which prevents him from deploying his Delver at this point. He would love to get a clock ticking to start his aggression backed up by some disruption element.
There's a second land, which looks pretty weak in the face of that Wasteland on the other side of the board, but at least Simon has managed to develop a threat on the board. That's a Delver down, and that's going to be the source of some pressure here.
Yeah, he needs it. So Rish in the port.
Yeah, we'll see if the Wasteland on the other side of the board, that's an Expedition Wasteland. Yeah, that Wasteland takes out the Volcanic Island, and that's a blind look at the Delver, and the Delver did not flip.
And earlier this day, he did a better job of flipping Delver blinds.
All right, and there's another Wasteland on Simon's side of the board, which he decides to keep. Interesting choice there. Fair enough, actually, since the second Rishadan port most likely not very relevant, since one of them will get activated anyways.
But here you can see a big concept which is going through all of Legacy is resource denial. Basically, a lot of games of Legacy play around the resource denial, Wasteland, play efficient threats, deploy your Wastelands, take your opponent off mana, and we see Rishadan port and Wastelands here all over the place in this matchup.
Yeah.
Which incorporates the spirit of Legacy pretty much.
Yeah. So we see Mark's Diamond discarding a Field of the Dead, and Jonas plays another Wasteland. And now Jonas can make one of the plays that you should almost never make, but in this case, it might be the exception, is Wastelanding the Wasteland. Since this basically trades Wasteland for Wasteland plus another land, but Jonas has Crop Rotation to sack the land that Simon was going after with his Wasteland, so to search out any other land.
So which diminishing the downside of Wasteland, the other Wasteland there.
Yeah, exactly.
And he searches his library for... Can he start deploying? Just a basic forest.
Just a basic forest to deliver some colored mana, passes the turn, and on upkeep, most likely will try to tap down that island again.
What do you think? Why did he fetch for another basic forest there? I mean, he has colored mana to do the Mox Diamond, so he maybe should have gone for some utility land.
I actually have no idea. I'm kind of stumped by that, but I'm sure Jonas has a reason for that, because you don't do these things without a reason. Like, we don't have access to deck lists just yet. Or actually, maybe we do. We do. Wow, that was quick. There is not a double green spell in Jonas' deck, but there is a green-blue one. There's Akko, Thief of Crowns, so maybe Jonas needs blue mana alongside green mana to cast his most powerful Planeswalker.
In the meantime, Simon wasn't able to flip his Delver. He would love to have Jonas at 14 and not at 18 points of life. And now Jonas is casting Life from the Loam, targeting most likely Bayou Wasteland and
maybe that second Rishadan port?
Could be. Life from the Loam is such a powerful engine in the land stack. I mean, it's like 2 mana, draw 3 cards, which is a...
Yeah, that's a good rate.
That's a good rate. It can only be beaten by cards like from the power 9, I guess.
Yeah.
And so he's a steady stream of lands and Wasteland. He plays the Bayou. So, and passes the turn back. Now Simon needs this flip of the... And he got there. Delver flips.
Now there's finally some pressure in play for Simon. As well as some disruption in hand with Force of Will.
Even though Force of Will not that effective against the land stack, as we mentioned before, but still better than nothing. So he plays a Preordain here.
And this is the first turn that Simon had access to this island during his main phase, because beforehand was always tapped down by that Rishadan port. Finally being able to cantrip as a sorcery.
Did he draw a Scalding Tarn to may have access to red right now?
That would be very nice. And we see an attack from the Delver being met by an Abrupt Decay.
It's a Fiery Islet.
Not a Scalding Tarn, but a Fiery Islet, and that one helps deploy the Dreadhorde Arcanist, which also explains why Simon kept his own Wastelands around for so long.
Mm-hmm. Now, if the Dreadhorde Arcanist gets to attack next turn, he can set up his further draws with some Preordain he has in the graveyard already. And Jonas' Gnaw takes the next turn, draws another land.
Decided not to dredge the Life from the Loam, most importantly. Decides that 3 lands in hand are already plenty. Deploys that Exploration.
And now is thinking how to navigate this turn here. Just
double wasteland your land. That is brutal, although that Dreadhorde Arcanist will catch up in resources very quickly unless it's being dealt with.
There's another crop rotation. Jonas is thinking, well, what land to sacrifice there?
Ooh, but that crop rotation countered by the Force of Will that Jonas already knew about, passing the turn with no cards in hand, tapping the island, but that Dreadhorde Arcanist is it's gonna run away.
It's big, but it's actually not presenting that much of a clock, right?
Yeah, it's not a clock, but it does dig Simon to these other resources that he needs to come back in this game. Non-basics for Simon at this point are basically like a Lotus Petal, because Jonas does have Life from the Loam out at the same time as Exploration.
That's true.
So Jonas can deploy a lot of lands the coming turns.
So I would imagine that the Dreadhorde Arcanist engine is probably a bit weaker than the Life from the Loam, but we have to see how the game shapes out. So right now, Jonas does what you already said. He's stretching the Life from the Loam there, putting Sethbian Stage in the graveyard.
Alongside a waterlogged grove? Or is that just a basic forest?
I'm not sure. Could be snow-covered forest.
There is a single waterlogged grove in the deck list. There's also 2 Mazes of Ith in the deck list. Maze of Ith, unfortunately, not very good against Dreadhorde Arcanist, since it does not undo the trigger.
Okay.
The only land that would be really useful here would probably be a Blast Zone, which could slowly take out Dreadhorde Arcanist, or combination of Thespian Stage and Dark Depth to create the 2020 Merit Lage. Also, Field of the Dead might, in the long term, actually, overtake Simon's game plan. So Simon does need to worry about getting a threat on the board rather soon.
And 50% of the combo from the Thespian Stage Dark Depths is already assembled. And let's see what Simon has in store for that. A Young Pyromancer.
All right, Young Pyromancer is certainly a clock that needs to be respected.
For sure. Dreadhorde Arcanist just flashbacking the Preordain here. Getting an elemental token from the Young Pyromancer. And now resolving the Preordain. Let's see what the top of the deck has in store for Simon here. Looks like a Brainstorm, and the card I didn't quite catch. He's a master of disguising is the top of his deck. One is not so good, so he puts it to the bottom. And then probably passes the turn back to Jonas after taking him down to 16.
Something I do want to point out is that Blast Zone has just become even better.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Since both of Simon's threats right now are of converted mana cost 2, but did not get dredged right now by Jonas. So now Life from the Loam will grow back. Probably some more Wastelands alongside maybe Fetch lands.
Is there a way in the land stack to actually play and activate the Blast Zone in one turn? Is there a way to untap land?
I don't think so.
No, right? No. Okay. Yeah, we can see the land stack here in full action, having the proper cards to just do anything he wants to do.
Well, not quite anything. He can't deal with the Dreadhorde Arcanist Young Pyromancer package quite yet. But you see Jonas digging to answers with the Waterlogged Grove, playing the second land for the turn thanks to Exploration, and then locking down Simon's blue mana during the upkeep, most likely.
But still, in the last turn, Simon has managed to quadruple his power.
Yeah.
It's not only 1 power, it's now it's 4 power, so Jonas is on a 4-turn clock. And
Jonas heading, actually tapping down the mountain rather than the island in upkeep, because he wants to prevent Simon from adding additional Young Pyromancers or additional Dreadhorde Arcanists to the board, alongside also preventing any Chain Lightnings from being cast. An interesting decision, and I'm sure one that Jonas has put enough thought into.
Yeah, I think so too. He's probably well aware of the fact that the Delver decks have a lot of reach in the deck. Between Lightning Bolts, Chain Lightning, Fork Bolt, there's a lot of stuff that can go in Jonas's face there.
Yep.
Now he's just still resolving the Brainstorm, right?
Yep, I think so too. We have not yet... Actually, yeah. Since Simon is already resolving the Brainstorm, I'm not sure if he has missed his own Pyromancer trigger or not.
It looks
maybe
like
he just does them out of order a bit.
Okay, if he can.
Okay, never mind. I think he just missed it.
Yeah.
Right, let's see if he remembers for the flashback. Oh no, the dice. All right. He has remembered his own trigger. It's just...
He probably has only 1 elemental token. Those Young Pyromancer elemental tokens are pretty rare, I think.
They used to be, but I think during current sets, they have become a lot more common. In Ultimate Masters, you had a lot of them.
Ah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. That's true. Now plays a Polluted Delta and passes the turn. Yes, passes the turn. Jonas untaps. Probably dredging life again. Yes, for sure.
Finding Thespian Stage and another Akko.
So he only plays 3 Dark Depths in his list. He's playing 4 Thespian Stages and 3 Dark Depths. Not sure if this is the usual case in the land deck, because maybe it's correct with crop rotation and
you do have a lot of tutors for it, and Dark Depth on its own does not generate any mana.
Yeah, that's true.
And the land deck is a lot less all in on the combo compared to, let's say, the mono black Reanimator Depth deck.
Yeah.
Which plays a lot of Urborg and Vampire Hexmage to try and optimize that game plan. All right, Sphere of Resistance here, making every spell cost 1 more mana.
That's a good addition if all your spells are lands as well.
Yeah. And also taxing Simon's mana even further.
He plays Luca plays Life from the Gnome now, but the clock from Simon is ticking. He now has assembled 6 power on the board.
Also, him spending all his mana makes him unable to tap down a land on Simon's upkeep, which that's pretty important.
Simon has a bit more breathing room there to cast spells actually, but Jonas is on a 2-turn clock here, so he has to do something.
Yeah. Next turn, Jonas does have to do something. Right now, Jonas has 4 lands in play. Make that 6 if he drops 2 more. Although maybe he has already played Wasteland. I'm not sure about that.
Could be. Maybe he's just dropping lands until Field of the Dead drops some zombies into play. So he can generate blockers next turn with
we'll see.
With the Field of the Dead. Maybe
although I don't think it's enough next turn. I think Field of the Dead need, or maybe it is
7 different.
okay.
Right?
Yeah, in that case, it should be enough for a single token.
And now Simon is playing Chain Lightning to the face.
Yeah, so that would put Jonas down to 9.
And then if he attacks, actually the Dreadhorde Arcanist can flashback to Chain Lightning. Okay, but the Sphere of Resistance stopped the flashback there. That was pretty crucial. Otherwise, Jonas would have been dead there.
Yeah, but still, Jonas under a lot of pressure here, taking 6 damage down to 3, so even a single zombie token will not save him. I'd recommend a Radiant Fountain, or something similar.
Does he play Radiant Fountain?
No, he does not. It's just a card that you get to know from Modern, and a lot of the Modern Amulet Titan decks.
So, and with Blast Zone, he doesn't get out of there. So it looks pretty good for Jonas here at this point.
Yeah. No, pretty bad.
Yeah.
For Jonas.
Yeah, pretty bad for Jonas.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I thought I misunderstood. Taking the Blind Drip, and did he find it? Did he find the card that gets him out of this situation?
What would that card look like, actually? Is there a way in the land decks who can stop this assault?
There is a single copy of the Tabernacle at Pendra Vale.
Tabernacle, but still, if he just let the Dreadhorde Arcanist live then for 1 and flashback to Chain Lightning.
Let's see. Jonas has not given up yet. So also Glacial Chasm is.
That's true.
Yeah. Once again, pointed out by chat.
So we get an upgrade on the elemental tokens here. It seems like we're now having cat elementals on the battlefield.
All right, and Jonas taking another blind draw at Glacial Chasm?
Doesn't look like it. He looks like a bit disappointed there. He's not getting there, I think.
But he's still in the game. He has not scooped them up. I think, okay, that's a Mazavith, but that's not going to do it. No.
And he
puts down the Mazavith and scoops them up.
Okay. Let's have a look at players' sideboards to see what they bring in this matchup.
Yeah, there is let's take a look at Jonas' sideboard first, as he's the one that needs to catch up here. There are 2 Elvish Reclaimers. That's the new card from 20, acting kind of a Knight of the Reliquary.
Yeah.
2 Veil of Summer 3 Sphere of Resistance, 1 Thorn of Amethyst, alongside 2 Choke, 2 Plague Engineer, 1 Toxic Deluge, and 2 Force of Vigor.
Okay.
Now, there's a lot to work with here.
Yeah.
Where would you like to start?
I think Choke is the big one. Of course, there are a lot of islands in the deck from the Blue-Red Devil.
Yeah.
So Choke is probably one of the best hosers. And I also like Plague Engineer. There's basically nearly all of the cards you could board in, right?
I don't think Elvish Reclaimer can hold the ground when you need to play it early and your opponent has 6 copies of Lightning Bolt in his deck. Plague Engineer, nice against Young Pyromancer and unflipped Delvers, but only coming down on turn 2 the earliest makes it maybe not perfect.
But I think against Young Pyromancer tokens, it's fine.
Yeah, and then 1 Toxic Deluge seems like a nice addition against.
Yeah, for sure.
When Simon needs to overextend to put pressure onto Jonas.
You bought in the Sphere of Resistance as well? And what about the Veil of Summer against the Counter Magic Days?
So my gut feeling says no to both of them, but I am not an expert on the lands deck.
Okay, let's have a look at Simon's sideboard here. We have 1 Blazing Volley, 2 Flusterstorm, 1 Gravedigger's Cage, 4 Pyroblast, 2 Surgical Extractions, 2 Abrade, 1 Null Rod, 1 Pyrostatic Pillar, and 1 Sulfuric Vortex. So what do you think he will board in this matchup?
Well, Sulfuric Vortex seems a lot like something he would like to do in this matchup, since Jonas' only answer to it is Abrupt Decay. And maybe Glacial Chasm. Flusterstorm does not seem great. Gravedigger's Cage seems bad, actually, right? Yeah. Because Gravedigger's Cage does not interact with any of the land's mechanics. Surgical Extraction seems like exactly what Simon wants to do. Exile either a Life from the Loam or a very potent target of that Life from the Loam. And apart from that, I don't think Simon wants to dilute his deck in any way.
Blazing Volley is a nice addition to the sideboard of the Blue-Red Devil decks there.
Yeah, it's a cute card from Amonkhet there.
Yeah.
And
so
what to take out is the big question, I think. Between 4 Force of Wills and 2 Forces of Negation, I don't think you need all of them.
Yeah, especially when you're facing lands.
Yeah, I think you can cut some Force of Wills. So I think maybe you need to leave in the Force of Wills and take out the Force of Negations, just because you don't know what Jonas' deck is bringing, and life totals aren't hugely relevant.
Yeah, otherwise, I think you can't cut threat at this point. You probably need to deploy an early threat there.
Yeah.
Even though Brazen Borrower doesn't seem that good. Maybe it's okay against Sphere or something, but
I wonder if Pyrostatic Pillar is a thing you can bring in. But I wouldn't think so, but making every life from the loam cost 2 life? No, I think it's too narrow. But
yeah, it's probably too narrow, yeah. I agree.
Yeah, all right. So Jonas, the one who needs to, make up here. He needs to catch up as he's down 0-1. Once again, this is a win and in for the top 8. And once again, the winner of this event will go to Players Tour Copenhagen later this year. So making it into the top 8 certainly on both of these players' minds.
Okay, let's see the players' opening hands here. Hopefully there are no mulligans and everyone can fulfill their game plan. Oh no, Jonas is taking the mulligan. There's a lot of this, like always the player who's like 1-0 behind takes a mulligan in the feature match area. It's like
maybe it's the curse of the feature match area.
Yeah, it's the curse of the feature match area, probably. But I think Lands is a deck which can mulligan pretty good. So there's
you don't need that card quantity. You only need your card quality. Basically, Life from the Loam is great at catching you up from mulligans.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of redundancy in the land stack.
We have already seen the starting hand of Simon here. It contains at least one Delver, I think a Dreadhorde Arcanist, and a Force of Negation. And Force of Negation, huge against Life from the Loam because it does exile the card it counters. So, Force of Negation, a good chunk better than Force of Will in this matchup. And Jonas does keep his 6-card hand and lead off with a Misty Rainforest.
Fetching for basic forest again? Oh no, he just skipped the basic forest for a Bayou.
Heading for black mana instead. So maybe we'll see a turn 1 Thoughtseize. Maybe we'll see a turn 1 Exploration. We already see that Akko hiding out in Jonas's hand.
That's weird where Oko finds his place, right?
Yeah.
Even in the land stack, Oko is prevalent.
Oh, wow.
So
right, we have a Force of Negation, a Delver, a Brainstorm, and 2 Dreadhorde Arcanists. This hand, notably a bit weak to Wasteland. So you will most likely see... So if Simon wants to resolve the Dreadhorde Arcanists, he most likely cannot lead off with Volcanic Island. He needs to fetch for Basic Island on turn 1. And even that is still a bit weak to Rashadenport, but cannot play around everything. Fetching a Basic Island, already pretty good. Normally you would like to save the fetch land for the Brainstorm, but in this case, to curve out, you're kind of forced to lead off on Basic Island. Otherwise, Wasteland is going to take care of your game plan very quickly.
That's true. Interesting choice there to take the Force of Negation, I think. I would have taken in the dark, I would have taken the Delver there for sure.
Interesting choices. My first instinct would have been to take the Brainstorm.
Okay.
Make the hand a bit weaker, although taking Brainstorm only works if you can deny the Dreadhorde Arcanist attack. Definitely a lot of lines here to take. Taking Force of Negation kind of signalizes that there might be a crop rotation or a Life from the Loam in Jonas' hand. Jonas playing a Wooded Foothills and Exploration and a Maze of Ith. So that Delver most likely not dealing any damage soon. Now, not taking Brainstorm there on the Thoughtseize makes a lot of sense once you realize that Jonas does not have Wasteland or Rashadenport in hand, because at that point, the Dreadhorde Arcanist can just flash back the Brainstorm. Anyways, you see Simon drawing a second fetch land. Very nice here for Simon, a very good draw, because this prevents any Wasteland shenanigans.
Yeah, he has now Basic Island and Basic Mountain in play.
I would actually, yeah. He needs the mountain to cast both of the Dreadhorde Arcanists. Yeah, it's very true.
So, and he can deploy the Dreadhorde Arcanist here. Yeah, but still, Simon not able to flip the Delver there, even though it didn't matter because Jonas had the Maid of Is there. This is probably also why he just took the Force of Negation and not the Delver in the first place, because he had an answer for the Delver already.
Okay, that was a Mox Diamond picked up for Jonas there. As he passes the turn. Unfortunately, he does not have another land in hand, and now this Exploration really does not do a lot without Life from the Loam.
That is true. Now we see actually one of the rare cases where the land stack isn't that redundant and can recoup from a mulligan because he can't get his engine rolled in, and then Exploration is basically like a mulligan again.
Yep. And now if this Brainstorm hits a single Force of Negation, or maybe even Force of Will, it's going to be a rough time for Jonas.
There was a Preordain in the land, I think. He has another Delver in hand, but I couldn't quite catch the other cards.
So far, this Brainstorm looked like a brick. So far, this Brainstorm did not find anything that was hugely disruptive. But even burn spells can make this clock even shorter. And keep in mind, Simon does have a second Brainstorm.
He has another Brainstorm, yeah.
Right. So
it still triggers I think Maze of Wiz only removes attacking creatures.
Yep.
So the Dreadhorde Arcanist still triggers.
Yep, exactly. And
there's another Volcanic.
So Simon basically just digging one card deeper here.
Yes, for sure.
And needs to put back 2 other cards.
So right now it looks like Simon is formally in the driver's seat here. Has a good clock ticking. And Jonas is stumbling on lands there. No Life from the Loam, as you already said. So it's not looking good for Jonas, for the lands aficionado. Okay, just leave it on top, taking 1 damage here. And then I think he passes the turn back. Jonas untaps his Maze of Wiz and draws a Thespian.
And that's a Thespian stage. Now, this allows Jonas to potentially go fetch for a blue source, play Thespian stage, and play an Akko. Now, that Akko can walk right into any potential Daisies. Instead, Jonas decides to go for the Mox Diamond, discarding. Does he have 2 lands in hand?
Looks like Thespian stage, and the other card looks like an Amonkhet Invocation.
Oh, I think that's Choke.
So this is an Amonkhet Invocation as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jonas is not thinking about which land to discard. Jonas is thinking about which threat to play.
Discarded the Thespian stage there.
And you can see it here. Once Jonas has now successfully tricked Simon into thinking that he has multiple lands in hand, because why else would you? No, I'm not sure if Simon thinks about that or if Simon suspects that Jonas has 2 lands in hand. But taking the time on the discard there to make the decision about which threat to play is something I like a lot, because it takes attention away from the actual decision, which is, do I play Choke or do I play Akko? And puts attention onto the non-existing decision of which land do I discard. Love it.
Very good disguise there.
So now I'm interested to see which threat Jonas has decided on, and he has decided on Choke. So Choke, a 3-mana enchantment that says islands don't untap anymore.
Which is pretty big against the Blue-Red Delver deck.
So we can quickly bring it up here. This is the version that Jonas has slammed into play, the Amonkhet Invocation. You can pick it up on Card Market for $20. And it seems like Choke has resolved.
Okay.
So that means no more untapping islands for Simon anymore. And in a Braid, if a land is available for Simon, which I'm not sure if there is, that a Braid might take out a Mox Diamond.
Yeah.
Which would be huge, because that would prevent Akko from coming down.
Next turn. If Jonas doesn't draw a land there. And so the Amonkhet Invocations, I never can read the actual name of the card when I open some of these. This is so cryptic. The art and the writing is so cryptic. I can't read the name. So he has another land in the form of a wasteland there, and he's just removing the Maze of Wiz, which is a wise choice. So he can crush in for 4, 6, 7 damage there.
7 damage, so not quite the 2-turn clock. But we don't know if there are any potential burn spells in Simon's hand, although conventional wisdom would imply that he could have fired them off pre-combat to get another token off of Pyromancer and flashed back with Dreadhorde Arcanist.
Conventional wisdom, you say?
I mean, yeah. All right, Akko comes down, starts at 5 loyalty. 5? 4? 4, I think 4.
Starts at 4, goes up to 6.
Yeah.
As usual for a 3-mana Planeswalker.
Of course.
And
so now Jonas has some tough decisions, because he will most likely only get 1 use out of this Akko and decides to go for food. So Jonas is in let's save as much life as possible mode here.
But if there's a burn spell in Simonson's head, he's just dead, right?
Yep. If Simon has either Chain Lightning or Lightning Bolt available, that would spell the end of this match. There is a Volcanic Island, so now the Abrade can take out the food token.
Oh, that's an awesome play. And trigger another Pyromancer token there, and I think he's just going for Jonas's face,
Of
right?
course, he has to.
Yeah, so
attack for 7, put Jonas down to 1. Even if Arco pluses and creates another food token, he can at most go up to 4. So now Jonas has to be looking for Glacial Chasm.
It seems that the writing is on the wall.
That's not Glacial Chasm and the handshake.
Yeah, there's the handshake. And we're Blue-Red Delver in the hands of Simon Drochon takes it to another top 8. Well, very well played by Simon. And yeah, as we expected, Blue-Red Delver, one of the most common played decks in Legacy, and had deserved a place in the top 8 of the Card Market Series in Paris there.
Blue-Red Delver already a Card Market Series champion at Card Market Series Frankfurt 2019.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Delver has a history of top 8s in the Legacy Card Market Series. And, you know, Simon just added another one to that. We're obviously looking forward to covering that top 8 and crowning our champion today later on.
Yeah, only there are 3 more rounds of Legacy to come for you. The top 8, the top 4, and the finals, of course. And yeah, that would be great. At least we know that some Blue-Red Delver deck is already in the top 8. We don't know the other top 8 decks right now.
Yeah, but we will obviously get on top of that as soon as we start covering the top 8. We'll have the bracket ready for you alongside, hopefully, the deck list sooner or later on the coverage website. But yeah, we'll see where that leads. For now, we know that Simon is in the top 8 with Blue-Red Delver because he just beat Lance quite in quite straightforward matches too. It was always the Lance deck trying to defend, trying to stabilize, and never really got close to
that is true.
Stabilizing that matchup.
Yeah. Those Lance were from beginning of the turn 1 was on the back foot, as you said, and never were able to come back there. And the second match took a mulligan and then wasn't able to find the life from the loam to get back some card advantage there. And yeah.
In the meantime, we are obviously trying to set up a backup match. We're in the process of, we're still figuring out if we do have a backup match for you available this round. And also potentially setting up an interview here with Simon, as he's our first confirmed top 8 player, at least from coverage side of things. I'm sure there were some undefeated players who just shook hands and as they drew into top 8. Oh, that's the best feeling. Going undefeated in a Swiss tournament and then drawing in the last round. That's where you want to be when you play Magic the Gathering.
Or probably drawing even the last 2 rounds. If you start out 6-0 and just shake hands for 2 minutes.
The issue there is you cannot double draw most of the time because you have to play the second to last round for tiebreakers.
That's true.
If you double draw, most of the time you will be in last or 7th place, somewhere 6th, 7th, 8th place. And in these single elimination rounds, very often the higher seed chooses to play first, or it gets to choose if they want to play first. Yeah. Most of the time in constructed formats, you do want to play first, obviously.
If you're not playing 8-rec in Modern, I guess. But
yeah,
in any other case, I would think that you will likely to be on the play.
Is there another current constructed matchup where you want to draw second, like a control mirror or something where...
No.
But like even control mirrors these days, it's so important to slam your Teferi on turn 3. It's important to get your threats online. Chat pointing out Dredge. Yeah, manaless Dredge sometimes does want to go second. Sometimes it always wants to go second. Draw the first card, discard, and discard step.
Yeah,
to Dredge next turn.
Manaless Dredge, 8-rec, and that's it probably.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the interview to get ready because we have gotten confirmation that we do not have a backup match available since we had to. Relocate the entire feature match area. For those of you who had missed it, we missed the round 7 of coverage because the venue had to get evacuated.
Yes.
So we're happy that we even get to get to watch Magic at all anymore. We had to, move the entire coverage area to a different hall.
So there was amazing job from the people in Paris to get to relocate the whole coverage stuff to the other place and just get things into work in time, put everything up, the cameras, the feature match area, the technical stuff, the mics, everything needs to be relocated, and they did it in just the time of one round.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is
and
amazing.
Moving all the players, moving all the staff, all the tables, everything in the time of just one round. Quite the effort there. Also, getting us synced up again with Paris, because we're not in Paris. We're sitting comfy in Berlin.
Nobody
Don't tell
knows
anyone, but
don't tell anyone.
Okay. Amazing job by staff on site. In the meantime, I think we're still setting up that interview with Simon. At least I hope so.
Yeah.
To hear it from him about his match against the land stack. Yeah. All right.
So,
what did you expect from Legacy today?
I expected as we saw, I expected a lot of Blue Red Delver. I expected a lot of Death and Taxes. I expected a lot of 4-color snow control, because the Arcanes, Astrolabe, Mana Base, Oko, Terminus, kind of things, all the decks were prevalent in the feature matches. We saw some wacky stuff as well. We saw some walls deck, defender decks. The first feature match, we saw a deck which played High Alert. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the card High Alert.
I mean, who isn't familiar with the card High Alert?
Okay. Of course you are, because you're one of the Arena Boys, but normal people who don't know the Arena Boys yet, I'm sure that
there's no one that exists.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Zero.
Okay.
Obviously, High Alert, 3-mana enchantment that lets walls attack, and they deal combat damage equal to their toughness.
Like the Doran effect.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There have been multiple of those effects, actually, in recent sets. There was Arcadis, the legendary dragon. There was High Alert. There was Tower Defense.
And
Doran, obviously the OG, but he didn't let walls attack, did he?
I think so. No, only the toughness.
Yeah,
damage there.
All right, we do have our interview ready, so we'll hear it from our most recent top 8 competitor of the Card Market Series 2020, Simon. Let's hear it from him.
Okay. Welcome back to the coverage of Card Market Series Paris. We're here in the Legacy main event with our winner of this round, Simon. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It was a tough fight, or was it easy for you?
Actually, it was pretty easy, but the matchup is quite close, and it's difficult for me to win. But I think my opponent was very unlucky, or a little bit unlucky,
right?
And I managed to win 2-0.
All right. What is your record right now?
I mean,
1 loss, 1 draw?
1 draw, yeah, and all win. So
okay.
6.
So you need to play the last round. You cannot.
Yeah, because I met the only player at 6-0, and he proposed me a draw, but I'm not feeling okay about 3 draws in a row.
Right.
So I say I play, and I lost against him. And then I say, okay, I have to play now.
Right, okay. So what is your mindset going into the last round of Swiss now? Is there something specific how you can prepare yourself for this round?
No, I think the best is not to think too much about the future and just play the best game you can. If it's a new tournament starting, and play like usual.
All right. Why did you decide on the deck that you're playing this weekend?
Actually, I play EZ Delver in 2 years now, but now it's very, very good. It has very good matchup, and it's very, very strong, so it definitely is the best choice for me.
All right. Yeah, that's also something that you don't always have to play the best deck, but the best deck for yourself.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. But
so
it's all the same for me, so it's all good.
Okay, sounds good. All right, with that, thank you very much. Best of luck for the last round, and then hopefully we're going to see you in the top 8.
Okay, thank you very much.
If you have any shout-outs or something, you can give them. Shout-outs, if you want to greet some friends.
Yeah, but maybe my brother that is watching, and all the people that recognize me, and hello.
All right, with that, we're signing off, and we're going to be back with more coverage from the main event of Legacy at Magic and Card Market Series Paris, guys.
Je suis ici avec Caroline sur Frankfurt, sur le Card Market, et j'ai quelques questions pour toi. Qu'est-ce qui t'a fait de commencer avec Magic?
Je suis joueuse, j'aime beaucoup les jeux de société. Et en fait, il y a peu de jeux de société qui permettent de jouer à deux. C'est-à-dire que dès qu'on sort, sauf les échecs, bon ça c'est pas vraiment ma tasse de thé, je sais pas jouer aux échecs. Et donc j'ai mon ami qui joue à Magic depuis qu'il est très jeune. Il est beaucoup plus jeune que moi d'ailleurs. Et je l'ai vu jouer à Magic et je disais mais tu joues à quoi? Ça a l'air compliqué. Et il m'a dit je t'apprends, ça va être très, très facile. Et il m'a appris, mais j'ai tout de suite commencé en Legacy. Je ne connaissais absolument rien à Magic. Je ne suis pas geek, donc ça a été très 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 difficile quand on connaît absolument rien. Et ensuite, mon fils également a commencé à jouer, mais dans d'autres formats, en standard, des formats où les cartes sont moins chères qu'en Legacy. Ouais. Donc j'ai commencé à jouer avec des decks qu'on me prêtait. Et ensuite, je me suis prise au jeu parce que je préfère, par exemple, le soir, on se voit et on peut jouer à deux, donc c'est super. Ouais. On regarde pas la télévision, ça nous change complètement les idées. Et on joue, j'ai joué avec des decks qu'on m'a prêtés, après j'en ai acheté. Et j'ai acheté des cartes pour me faire des decks. Et puis voilà, tout simplement, en continuant à jouer. Et j'ai tout de suite fait des tournois pour apprendre, même si j'étais absolument nulle au départ. Et que je suis encore nulle maintenant. Mais non, mais si. Ça marche, mais ce sont les meilleures conditions, comme de se mettre tout de suite sur un vélo quand on veut apprendre. Voilà, donc je me suis mis tout de suite dans les conditions de tournoi.
Ok, donc c'est commencé avec un ami et tu as vu, tu viens de c'est bien parce que c'est un jeu pour deux. Oui, tu viens de commencer, beaucoup de pratique et maintenant tu es ici à tous les événements. Oui. Est-ce que tu as maintenant une deck préférée ou un format préféré que tu dis c'est quelque chose que j'aime de jouer?
J'aime beaucoup Legacy parce que c'est celui que j'ai appris en premier, que je joue le mieux aussi parce que c'est celui que je joue le plus. J'aime bien Vintage, mais je joue avec des proxys en fait parce que j'ai pas l'argent pour m'acheter les cartes, ou on me prête des decks, voilà. Et mon deck préféré, c'est mon premier deck, c'est Death and Taxes.
Ok.
Voilà. Mais je ne le joue pas actuellement en tournoi parce que je fais trop d'erreurs dues au stress et à l'émotion. Ouais. Et donc je trouve que c'est un deck difficile, donc je préfère jouer des decks un peu plus faciles, pour moi, en tournoi.
Comment tu as fait le début de Viens sur un Card Market série?
Parce que j'ai commencé à faire des tournois en boutique, des FNM, notamment à Strasbourg. Après, j'ai des amis qui sont venus faire des grands tournois et je les accompagnais. J'ai dit j'y vais, voilà. Ok, donc c'est des amis et tu viens beaucoup de places pour te jouer ou seulement la balade? Tout ce qui est possible de faire en voiture.
En voiture, ouais.
Voilà, donc j'ai fait Prague, je fais tout ce qui est en France, en Belgique, au Luxembourg, en Allemagne, voilà. Quand c'est vraiment trop loin, comme je travaille, je peux pas non plus prendre tout le temps des journées supplémentaires pour les week-ends, quoi.
Et tu dis que Legacy et Vintage sont les formats préférés. Est-ce que c'est pour des cartes parce que tu aimes le art ou parce que ça se joue ou c'est quelque chose de spécial? Pourquoi que tu aimes le Legacy et le Vintage le plus?
C'est l'ambiance aussi, les joueurs qui sont différents, les cartes qui sont fortes, mais c'est surtout par rapport à mon âge aussi, il y a plus de gens adultes sur certains autres formats. Il y a beaucoup de jeunes, ça ne me correspond pas forcément. Voilà, c'est simple. Mais c'est un format qui me plaît plus.
Oui. Et est-ce qu'il y a un moment sur un événement que tu viens ici tout le week-end que tu aimes le plus? Le début du round, la fin, est-ce que c'est quelque chose que tu dis, ça c'est super que je suis ici sur un événement, ça c'est un moment que j'aime avec l'événement?
Non, je suis stressée tout le temps.
Tu es stressée tout le temps, ok.
Donc,
stressée mais avec plaisir, c'est avec plaisir que
la fin est un soulagement.
Ok.
J'attends de perdre en fait, je me dis je joue jusqu'à ce que je perde. Et puis vraiment quand je reste pas jusqu'à la fin parce que demain je travaille, et quand vraiment il n'y a plus de possibilité de faire quoi que ce soit, je reste pas encore 3 heures ou 4 pour voir le top 8, non je drop et je rentre.
Okay. Et la dernière question, est-ce que tu as un but pour l'événement? Est-ce que tu dis tu viens d'aimer devient une Mythic Championship ou tu dis non selon? Pas du tout.
Ah, pas du tout, non. Je viens pour jouer, le plaisir de jouer, rencontrer d'autres joueurs parce que maintenant, ça fait 4 ans que je joue. Je rencontre des gens sur chaque tournoi à chaque fois. On se connaît.
Tu connais, tu rencontres.
C'est sympa et j'aime beaucoup rencontrer les joueurs qui sont. J'aime beaucoup la mentalité. Ouais, j'aime beaucoup les joueurs et l'ambiance.
Ah oui, c'est vrai. Merci d'être ici pour jouer et beaucoup de plaisir avec tous les jeux de Magic.
Merci beaucoup.
Hi, I'm joined here by Rodrigo Merjuan.
Hi.
He is our smallest standard finalist, but that does not mean he isn't a fierce one. How did it feel to make it to the finals?
It's nervous because you have played a lot of rounds and you have to do it as well as you can.
What made you decide to start playing Magic at tournaments?
I decided to play Magic because of my uncle give me for Christmas 2 decks of Magic to play with my father. And Magic interested me because I learned to read with Magic, so that's good.
That's amazing. It does seem like it would be a good way to learn to read.
Yeah. I started when I was 6, so now I have played in 6 years.
And what did you play today?
I play Banterscape Shift. I think it's a good deck because now the metagame is so mid-range. So Banterscape Shift is good versus these matchups.
What's your favorite card in the deck?
Field of Dead.
It's an interesting card. I personally didn't expect them to print it. Did you?
No, I didn't expect it. But when the deck was in internet, I like it so much, so I made it.
Have you played it in tournament before this?
Yes, I played the last weekend in Magic Fest Barcelona. I played in the side events and I get 1,420 ticks.
That's crazy.
With some ticks of my father, we buy a crate of Modern Horizons, and not very good crate.
What were some of the best pulls?
The best card that we opened.
Yeah.
It's a red card, but I don't know now the name. Say 27 euros.
Seasoned Pyromancer? It's a discard,
we opened to Force of Negation. I forgot that.
Okay, that's awesome. What was the hardest match you played today?
Today, the hardest match, I think, was the match in the World Qualifiers. Because I play against vampires and I need Teferi escape sheet on the end of turn for he don't play on my zombies Legion Sense, and it's too difficult to get that.
Yeah, that's fair. What was your favorite match from the event?
Favorite match, the match I played against dinosaurs, because I do escape shift early and I put too many zombies and win at one turn of my dead.
Do you have any plans for your card market winnings?
I don't know. I don't know what cards we should get.
That's fair. Well, thank you very much for joining us and for coming to the event. And we hope to see you at some future ones.
I think we can come to another card market series.
I'm joined here by the number 2 on our Power 8 leaderboard, Philip Krieger.
Hi.
How's your day going so far?
It's pretty fine. It's not that bad. Could be worse.
What are you playing today?
I played Limited and still playing Limited. Still in contention.
Going back to the leaderboard, you're number 2 on our current leaderboard, and you think you can take first place today?
It can happen. Everything is possible. I think today I will go in a little bit advantage, and tomorrow it's a Mexican standoff. So, yeah.
Is the current first place playing... He's also playing tomorrow, though, I think.
Yeah, he's also playing tomorrow. Today he played Modern, I think. And tomorrow he's playing Legacy. Yeah. So we don't meet each other. It's quite bad.
Just a standoff in points, then.
Yeah, it's just standoff in points.
Also, you're not just second on our 2019 leaderboard, you're actually 3rd place currently on our lifetime leaderboard. When was the first Card Market Series event you attended?
This was 2 years ago in Frankfurt. So yeah, it's pretty good, I think. It's fine.
Just 2 years and you're already competing with Julian Knopf, who has, been coming, I think, since pretty much the series began, or since at least the last 4 or 5 years.
Definitely. I think Julian will not shine that much because elves are not good at anymore.
I think he's playing Maverick this time, though.
Really? He plays Maverick?
Yeah.
The guy who always plays elves? Okay, yeah, it's good. It's a good fight, and I think at someday I will reach the final leaderboard.
Talking about your experience at the Card Market Series, how has it changed over the last 2 years?
It went way more professional. It went way more bigger. And they're really working on it, that it's really got better. And when you look at the finance point for playing or something, MKM definitely beats every GP, or Magic Fest.
And how many events did you attend this year?
MKM Series, I attended 6.
Oh, so you attended all of them?
All of them.
What is your best stroke of luck at the series so far, or one of your best strokes of luck at the series so far?
Ghent. Definitely Ghent. I was 8 times top 8 and I only won 1. This was Ghent. So, Ghent.
Is there a particular match that stands out to you?
The finals. The finals was, we drafted in both spats. He was on my right side and we nearly played the same deck, and was really, really tough match.
Is Limited your favorite format?
Definitely. I played Limited since ever.
And what's special about it to you?
It's very challenging and it's always new. It's not the same, and you never know exactly what to expect because there are way more odds that you see some cards you would see in Constructed never.
What was your favorite Limited format of the last 2 years?
Of the last 2 years, I think it's Throne of Eldraine. Oh, Ravnica Alliances was also pretty good.
So even though Throne of Eldraine Standard wasn't great, Limited at least was above average or very strong?
When you don't see the Oko, it's very good. When you see the Oko, it's like, not fair.
What are you drafting today?
If I reach top 8.
Sorry, what are you playing today?
I play Control, UB Control. I opened the Serpent, the Lochmar Serpent, and it's a quiet, nice control deck. Maybe I reach the top 8 with it, maybe just top 16, or I got early for food, so it's win in all cases.
Okay, well, we hope to see you atop both our 2019 leaderboard and atop our lifetime leaderboard, and I'm sure we will be seeing you again at future events.
Definitely will see me again. Thank you.
Hi, I'm joined here by Nordic Queen, our altered artist here at CM Series Paris. How are you doing?
Très bien, ça va. Super ambiance, un peu fatigué de la route, mais bon, ça va, nickel.
How did you get into altered art for Magic?
Mon compagnon en fait joue à Magic depuis des années, 10-15 ans. Et du coup, voilà, moi j'ai toujours fait beaucoup de choses artistiques, je peins, je fais plein de choses à côté.
Welcome back to the coverage of Card Market Series Paris. We are on Sunday and we're closing in. We're moving towards the end of the tournament. It's now time for the top 8. And we got the first Legacy player in the top 8, Antoine. Congratulations on making the top 8. That means some very cool prizes for you. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling very good.
Very good, yes. Very relaxed. You already had a pretty successful day yesterday.
Yes, but yesterday I missed the top 8 because I was 9th.
Oh, okay, so tiebreakers, right.
So I'm happy to be today in top 8.
All right, so today you're lucky. How are you feeling about your chances in the top 8? Do you feel like, okay, I can go all the way, or do you think like, oh, it's going to be really, really hard?
Depends on the deck I can contest.
Right.
I will see the next game.
Right, okay. And so basically you take it one game at a time and see what's being put in front of you. All right. Well, best of luck in the top 8.
Thank you.
All right. His opponent. You can do a little switch. You too? All right.
Hi, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good.
Hi.
Who are you? Where are you from?
My name's Mackenzie. I'm from Sydney in Australia.
Did you come all the way from Australia?
Sort of, yeah. My fiance is French and we just moved to Paris. But I've been telling everyone I'm from Sydney, so everyone has that reaction whoa, you came from Australia.
Yeah, it's a great coverage story. We're super excited to have people from the other side of the globe here.
Yeah, me too.
Is it as windy in Sydney as it is in Paris?
I've been told that there's a lot of floods right now. So I haven't seen any flooding here, but it's pretty bad, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
And apparently you also are dealing with natural catastrophes over there, so I guess you're like trading one for the other. It's not any better.
I thought I was escaping all of the fires and the smoke and the cataclysm, but my opponent cast a cataclysm 2 rounds ago, so I think I lost this game.
The magic funds, yeah. I saw that on Reddit. Everybody was like, oh, somebody cast Hurricane in Paris. Yeah. All right, so, but back to the match and back to Legacy, of course.
Yeah, sure.
How are you feeling about the performance in the tournament? Did you expect to do this well?
I don't know about expectations. I came here to have a good time. I'm pretty tired, to be honest. I top 8'd the Vintage yesterday, playing Paradoxical Outcome. I don't know if you play that deck. It's really hard on the brain.
Right.
So today I decided to play Eldrazi because it's really easy on the brain. I've had some pretty good matchups, some pretty good luck, and here I am.
Right. It seems like it's working out for you. Like one day you're playing something complicated, the other day something easy, but you always end up in the top 8. So what's your secret?
Being good at the game or being lucky, you can decide.
You can decide. All right, guys. Best of luck to you too in the feature match. So thank you very much. You can also move over.
Cheers.
All right, guys. You can tell these two guys are having a good time, even though it's been a very long day here in Paris. And they also helped us, just like all the other players, to move all of our belongings, all of the chairs, tables, cards. Even the vendors, everybody had to move from Hall A to Hall B. But now we're here and we still have some more time before they're going to kick us out of this venue. So without any further ado, I'm going to head over or take it over to our commentators for this round. And they're going to let you know who's going to be supposed to come on top in this Legacy Top 8 feature match.
Hello everybody. Welcome back to Card Market Series 2020 Paris. Day 2 Legacy. It's been a long but nice weekend.
Yeah.
Yesterday we had 8 rounds of Modern and a top 8, and today we are presenting you the top 8 of Legacy. Right now it's happening here. We had some small issues with a storm that hit the venue, but we were fortunate enough to be able to relocate. But now, yeah, come on, this is just going to be a match full of puns about Storm.
Yeah,
because we are also seeing a Storm deck in the first top 8 match, the Underworld Breach deck.
Yeah, the matchup here we're seeing is Underworld Breach against Eldrazi Strumpy. In general, our Legacy top 8 contains of 3 Blue-Red Delver decks, 1 Alluring deck, 1 Infect deck, a 4-color Snowco, and the former mentioned Breach and Eldrazi Stompy deck. And yeah, I'm pretty happy to see. For me, it's the first time I'm casting the Storm deck. You already had the pleasure of doing so. But I think it's the first time we're seeing Eldrazi in the feature match area, right?
Today, yes.
Today. I mean for today.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. And this should be interesting because Eldrazi has a pretty good main deck way to fight a deck like this, being Chalice and Chalice on 0. It's just devastating because they rely so much on that Lotus High Diamond to it might as well be a Lotus, by the way, to generate mana to
Lotus, right.
Yeah, exactly. So I imagine if the Eldrazi player is able to get that chalice out as fast as possible, then we should be in for a fairly short game one at least.
Yeah, it could. I think early aggression combined with a lot of disruption in the form of chalice is a good recipe to just win against the Underworld Breach deck there. And it seems like the Breach player is taking another mulligan. Is it the second one already? Or did
it? Wasn't paying that much attention. Okay, could be. That would be unfortunate. Maybe he knows what he's up with. And I think actually the players share deck list, but...
that could be as well. Yeah, you're right.
So it looks like the Eldrazi player is also taking a mulligan. All right.
So you think that the Eldrazi there could be favored? It all depends on the single chalice, on the card chalice of the player?
You don't sleeve up the deck like Underworld Breach without being at least a bit prepared for a chalice, since it's like one of the most premier removal pieces or interaction pieces for a lot of decks that don't have access to blue, like Force of Will.
Okay, I agree.
So you see it in Mono Red Stumpy, you see it in some loam decks, you see it in land, sometimes you see it, and of course in Eldrazi, Stumpy, and 12 Post.
For sure.
So in that case, yeah, it wouldn't be the first chalice he's facing today, and he's still here in the top 8, so I imagine he has something up his sleeve. Maybe a Seal of Cleansing, something like that.
Oh yeah, that could be a good choice. Yeah.
I know there's one main deck anyways.
Seal of Cleansing main and one bounce seal, right? The Seal of...
Yeah, but that only bounces creatures.
That only bounces creatures, okay.
Yeah, so the other top 8 decks, pretty spicy. Like 3 Blue Red Delver. Okay, Blue Red Delver was the most represented deck today, so I'm not surprised to see at least 1 in the top 8. 3 seems like a lot. I mean, it is a very good deck, of course. Allurin, very spicy.
Yeah, Allurin.
Would like to see that on camera.
We didn't see it at all today, right?
And neither did we see Infect.
That's true, but the other, except Eldrazi we're seeing now, and Forkana Snoko we saw as well. So yeah, there's a pretty diverse top 8 as well, except for the 3 Blue Red Devil decks, but as you said, it's the most played deck.
Yeah.
It should be the most represented in the top 8 as well.
Yeah. Interesting that it's all Blue Red Delver, because there are all quite a few Grixis Delver decks out there, but yeah, none of those seem to have made it in the top 8, so we're just looking at the Blue Red Delver variant, more Chain Lightnings, Dreadhorde Arcanist, and Pyromancers over the Thought Seizes and Fatal Pushes. So, Mackenzie Stratford, is that from Australia or New Zealand even? Interesting.
Mackenzie Stratford sounds New Zealandish or even Australian, but he's taking another mulligan there. Wow. That's a bad start into the top 8 with so many mulligans there on Mackenzie's side. Hopefully you get another good hand. The next hand will be one he can keep. And on how many cards is the Breach player actually? Is he at 6 cards?
Really tell her where it now.
Okay.
All right. So the Eldrazi player going down to 5 here.
And as yesterday for the top 8 matches, we got to see the cards the players have in hand, which give us a better overview of what we can expect from the plays and the cards they have in hand.
Yeah.
So hopefully this is the last mulligan we see, for this game at least.
All right. Hopefully it is the last mulligan, because nobody likes games where people go down. The only thing I would say is that maybe Mackenzie, knowing what he's up against, is mulligan very aggressively. And there's a chalice, 2 pieces, and he can play both on this first turn, 1 for 0 and 1 for 1 with the City of Traders. And that's got to be huge here. If he can just...
that could be even enough to
yeah, if he can stick a threat afterwards. Yeah, he's definitely going to keep this hand. Yeah. So the Endbringer goes away. We're way too far from casting that.
He keeps the Mimic as a threat for sure.
Oh, there's a Blast Zone there.
Blast Zone there, you're right. The Blast Zone is gone as well, and then he... just debating whether to keep the rest of the hand. Right now the hand contains also City of Traders, you said, right?
Yeah.
Chalice, Eldrazi Mimic.
Yeah, Endless One.
Okay, here's a mulligan to 5, which is okay. But
now they're showing their hand to the judges, which means that they're going to enter it so we can see what cards are actually in their hand. So for Antoine, it's so far a Lionside Diamond.
which is very important to get the mana to the appropriate storm card there.
Not when there's a chalice on 0.
When there's a chalice on 0,
it's not as good anymore. So Ponder, also not good when there's a chalice on 1.
And it seems like Mackenzie maybe has 2 chalices in hand. Is this possible? Can you play turn 1 chalice on 0 and chalice on 1?
Yeah.
That would be actually...
Yeah, that's what I said, yeah.
That's probably a hard lock, right? Or mostly?
Alright, Brain Freeze, the 3rd card for Antoine.
You already assembled the combo. And with a Tamogorf.
Yeah,
there.
I don't think we're going to need those today anymore, but if they were even needed at all.
Yeah, that's right. There's probably no Tamogorf in the top 8 of the card market Paris here.
Talk of a creature that has fallen out of favor a bit, unfortunately. Recently. I think it all went downhill when Fatal Push was printed, right?
Yeah, Fatal Push is the natural enemy of Tamogorf there, yeah. You don't need to do anything extra to kill the Tamogorf. Okay, I think players are ready. The last card in hand from Mackenzie there is the before mentioned City of Traders.
So Antoine will be on the play here, I assume, since he's has a higher score, second in the bracket. So he could potentially play his lines out element immediately before Chalice comes down.
Yeah, that's probably a good choice. But you can also keep in mind that you have to get to enough storm count for your brain freezes as well. But I think if you know that your opponent is playing Chalice of the Void, you probably just play the Lineside Diamond there.
Yeah, and you're correct in the fact that you have to get to a high storm count, but Chalice takes this out of the equation. Because with Chalice, you won't be able to get to any storm count. So priority 1 is get rid of the Chalice. Okay.
So now
I'm saying mounted and passing the turn. Okay, so now no turn 1 play, so this will likely be an explosive turn for Mackenzie. First trying to resolve a Chalice on 0. Okay, City of Traders.
City there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, debating. Okay, Chalice on 0. Antoine's like, yeah, sure.
I don't like that.
And Chalice on 1.
Oh, seriously?
Like, okay, this is going to be pretty hard to overcome. And pass the turn back. So, uphill battle here from Antoine.
Oh, there's the force of will.
Oh, that's so painful.
Do you think it's more important to what would have counted the Chalice on 1 or the Chalice on 0?
Probably hard to say.
It's hard, right?
Yeah, you really need both. So it really depends on Antoine's game plan. Like he needs the 1 mana cantrips to set up his yard and his hand and sculpt his way so that he can storm off. But then he really needs the 0 to play those lines out diamonds. So, all right, here's the Eldrazi Mimic and a Ancient Tomb, and probably we'll see a Headless one being played for Endless one, sorry, for 2.
So the
threats are down, the challenges are up. Mackenzie down to 1 card in hand, but this game might as well be over.
Yeah, and that all on the mulligan to 5.
Yeah, I mean,
mulligan to 5 and just put out
London mulligan that allows you to be this aggressive. Yeah, you should be in a matchup like this.
That is insane. Maybe you should have counted one of the spells, because right now he's on the 5 turn.
Yeah, nothing Antoine can do. You can play another World Breach, but that doesn't do anything. So
and he also has no blue mana there. But I think he should have maybe counted one of the Eldrazi's there to lighten the clock there.
Yeah, but I think Antoine is Sea of Cleansing would be. He could draw into Sea of Cleansing and get rid of the Chalice on 1, then starts pondering and brainstorming and preordaining, and then hit the Underworld Breach and play the Sea of Cleansing.
But he also needs blue mana for that.
Yeah, that's true.
He only has red and white mana.
I mean, he has a Lotus Petal, but he can't play that with the Chalice in play either. So
yeah. Tough position to be in for Antoine here.
Oh, and 2 more creatures added to the board from Mackenzie with the Mishra's Workshop.
Yeah, just... okay.
Or the factory, sorry.
The factory, yeah. The other factory will likely pump the other factory as a factory worker.
Exactly. Yeah. So that would be a total of
7.
Yeah. That's a severe.
Next turn, he will be cracking in for 8, which is not quite lethal. Oh, there's a tutor. So, but what can he get actually?
So the tutor can get the Seal of Cleansing, but the tutor obviously can't be played because it's 1 mana as well.
Ah, you're right. There's still a Chalice on 1 in the battlefield. Yeah, just activate both. Oh, he just plays a Reality Smasher, right? Seems like 5 mana, Reality Smasher.
And let's go to game 2.
Wow,
very brief game here.
You say very interactive game? Or
very brief.
A very brief game. Okay, that's true. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was a pretty hard lock there for the Breach Storm deck. That can happen if you're facing off against a player who has like 2 chalices on the significant mana cost of 0 and 1.
Yeah,
you're locked out of the game for sure, and that happened already in turn 1 on a mulligan to 5 there. Yeah, pretty amazing stuff from the Eldrazi side there, and not quite the showing for the Breach Storm deck. Hopefully he will get there after sideboarding. So what are his options for sideboarding?
So he has 2 copies of Wear and Tear, which is
definitely coming.
Yeah, pretty nice. Chain of Vapor, I don't think it's going to cut it because it's just a 1 mana spell. And there's the 1 copy of... We get it up here.
Oh, for sure.
The deck lists are not updated yet on Cardboard Live. Yeah. At the beginning of your upkeep, destroy all artifacts and enchantments. It's an enchantment. White.
Yeah, I don't know the name either.
Definitely wants to bring in that too. Yeah, and for the Eldrazi deck, he just needs to find his...
Destroy all artifacts and enchantments or only enchantments?
Both.
Ah, okay.
The Eldrazi deck has 4 Leyline of the Void, which should also be pretty devastating against a deck that's all about yourself and trying to set up your own graveyard. Yeah, then we have Sphere of Resistance, also very good, making everything cost 1 more. So it seems that this Eldrazi deck is suited very well against trying to play.
It's gonna be pretty tough for Antoine, even post-sport, to win a match against the Eldrazi deck there, which we saw all day. Basically, play cheap threats and combine them with disruption.
Yeah,
it seems the recipe for success in Legacy right now.
Yeah. Right now, or has always been?
And always been, and right now it's still true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, probably this is the worst deck of all top 8 decks to face for Antoine on his Breach Storm deck. Probably against 4-color Snowco and Delver and Alurin, he had a bit more interactive chances, and he could have had some real games, but this is just probably his worst matchup to face.
It's also the only Chalice deck in the top 8, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's so.
Yeah,
Chalice is just a devastating card against his deck, and I imagine those Leyline of the Voids are going to be pretty difficult too.
Oh my God, even Leyline of the Voids. Yeah. He needs to come up with a great plan to win against this very prepared Eldrazi opponent there.
Yeah, so he could have like the turn 1 Force of Will, like he drew it 1 turn too late. This is okay. He can counter the Chalice and then from there on try to resume, but
I think most of the time Mackenzie won't be able to deploy 2 Chalice of the Void in turn 1, so maybe we see a more interactive game in game 2. So I think he's just taking a short toilet break there while Antoine is still sideboarding and considering his options, what to bring in against Eldrazi. Yeah, but still, I think the Eldrazi side is favored here in this matchup.
Yeah, like I said, it depends on whether Antoine finds his removal for the artifacts and enchantments, finds his Force of Wills, and maybe then he can, set his game plan on. But this is the issue as well. If there's one deck that is very good at putting in big threats fast, it's the Eldrazi deck. And that doesn't give Antoine a lot of turns. And while he's fighting maybe these Chalices and Leylines on the first few turns, he could already be dead by the time he found a solution. So very tough matchup for him.
Yeah. Yeah, and the Eldrazi deck is, of course, the deck which gets the most of the soul lands, I guess. They are playing like 2 Eldrazi soul lands, like lands that tap for 2 mana, basically, like the Eye of Ugin and the Eldrazi Temple and the City of Traders.
And Ancient Tomb.
And the Ancient Tomb. Yeah. So it's basically playing 16 lands that tap for 2 mana. It's insane.
The Eye of Ugin and Eldrazi Temple won't help cast that Chalice on 1. You need to have an Ancient Tomb or City of Traders to do that on the first turn.
Yeah. I didn't quite catch that does Mackenzie play any form of Spirit Guide to get the Chalice on one, even with another land? Is this a common choice in the Eldrazi's deck?
I believe that Mackenzie is playing 3 copies of Elvish Spirit Guide.
Okay.
So he should be able to get those out as well without a soul land in that case, yeah.
Okay.
Knowing that, being able to either play Chalice on turn 1 is huge, but also being able to put down a Reality Smasher 1 turn earlier. Yeah.
As early as turn 2, maybe.
Yeah,
play
exactly.
2 soul lands and then
that's possible.
Turn 2. Imagine playing turn 1 Eldrazi Mimic and turn 2 smashing in for 10.
Yeah, I mean, Force of Will obviously has something to say about that. That's also why the Eldrazi decks usually play a number of Cavern of Souls.
Right, they're doing that. So
Eldrazi is a creature type.
Last time I checked, Eldrazi is a creature type. Yeah. I think last time we were in the booth, we were talking about the most creature types, like humans and beasts and so on.
Yeah.
So how many Eldrazi's are there?
Not
that many, right?
Yeah.
No.
I don't know, there's like a bunch of Titans, a bunch of smaller ones. I think the colored ones from the original Zendikar block are also Eldrazi's, or
I think so too.
The ones that make the science.
Yeah. But does anyone except for Mackenzie like Eldrazi's pretty much? I think they're pretty bad creatures, right?
Bad?
Bad, yeah. Like from a,
like an evil bad?
Yeah, like from a personal kind of view.
Oh, I love Eldrazi.
You really do?
Annihilator is just such a fun mechanic.
Oh, Annihilator is the... So you don't have any permanents. Thank you very much for playing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so I think Mackenzie the River rightly checks his sideboard there.
Yeah, especially if you look at Emrakul, both of them actually. Like OG Emrakul is just and pretty nice. Just an amazing card. And there's actually something that Hans and I discussed as well, is that like Mindslaver only gets better the more powerful the format is that you play in. So we saw once on the Carmack Series stream, it was also in Paris, was a 12-post deck against, I think, Grixis Control, and he played the big Emrakul, the small Emrakul. It's still a very big creature, but the 30 mana one, the Mindslaver one.
Yeah.
And it was basically just a combination of him, like, activating Jace and then putting the best cards back on top for his opponent, and then fetching while shuffling while fail to find, and then Liliana, I have to sacrifice my own creature, and it's just
you have to think in another way, right? How can I make the worst possible turn here? That's like exactly. Another dimension. That's another dimension of playing Magic there. Yeah, I really like this as well. Also, it's a very good feeling to cast Emrakul off your Aetherworks Marvel. That was pretty fun.
Okay. That's standard.
Standard.
I don't do the standard thing.
You don't do the standard thing?
I'm sorry.
I played Aetherworks Marvel and Eldrazi. That was a good choice there to put them both in the same format, I guess. Okay, players are shuffling up here.
But it wasn't Emrakul eventually banned in standard even?
Because of that, Emrakul got banned, right? Yeah. But there was still Ulamog, which exiled 2 permanents. On cast, I guess.
It exiles 2 permanents on cast and then another 20 of the library.
Yeah, why not? I mean, sure. So
Mackenzie shoveling up here.
Let's hope for fewer mulligans this time. We got 3 last round.
And here we get to look at the deck list of Underworld Breach. There we go.
So Serenity, maybe?
Serenity, there you go. That's the one.
Okay.
So the decklist should have been updated on... Yeah, there we go.
There are.
So we are using the Cardboard Live app. So if you go to the little icons you see on either side of the Twitch stream, you get to click on them and see the entire decklist of both players, including sideboards. Or you can just watch the one we have on screen right now. Up to you.
So, as you already said, he probably boards in the Wear and Tear against the Chalice and maybe even the Serenity, right? Swords of Plowshares also come in, right? I would say so against the Eldrazi magic to slow them down.
Yes, probably. Because the thing with Swords of Plowshares is it contributes nothing to your game plan, and your game plan is pretty fast. So anything you put this in, you make your deck slower. But since the Eldrazi deck is so fast,
you need probably a bit more breathing room to catch up. Yeah.
So here we see the deck of Mackenzie. I will imagine cards like Jitte and Dismember coming out, and maybe even Endbringer because it's pretty slow, and just go into the full hate plan. So Leyline of the Voids, Thorn of Amethyst, Chalice of the Void. Yeah.
This Warping Well counters sorceries?
Yeah, sorceries.
So is this maybe an act of surprise to put in Warping Well against...
Against what?
I don't... Oh no, actually only Ponder. No, that doesn't make any sense, probably. Okay, here we see the bracket of the top 8, and the top half of the bracket we see Michael Attas with Brulette Devil and Guillaume Lavernier on Aluren. And then there's Arthur Lucer on Brulette Devil again against Sam Dams with Infect, which we didn't saw on camera until now. Baptiste Mathis on Snowco, Simon Drochon on Blue Devil again, and the feature match we are looking in right now is Antoine Drambon with Jeskai Breach against Mackenzie Stratford on Eldrazi.
Yeah.
So
no Blue Red Delver mirrors so far. Might still happen later if they win their quarterfinals. Which is different because yesterday in the Modern tournament we had also one deck appear 3 times in the top 8. It was the Snowblade. Snowblade? Stoneblade? Jeskai? It was not Jeskai, Blue-White Stoneblade. Let's call it that.
Yeah, it was Blue-White Stoneblade.
And
pretty much.
They had to face each other right away, and then again, I believe.
Yeah. So there was a semi-mirrors and the quarterfinals mirrors. Yeah. And now we get in the update on the hand. I think is Mackenzie... No.
So here we see Antoine having that Force of Will ready and willing.
What is he doing?
He took a mulligan again, probably.
Or he just has a unconceptional way of putting cards in his hand when you draw a starting hand.
Yeah, it was a mulligan. Yeah.
A mulligan to 5 again.
Yeah, because he has the mulligan aggressive. So are we seeing the Leyline of the Void turn 0?
As a pre-game action, maybe?
Yes, there it is. Okay. Antoine, I figured something like this. You see a little nod.
He's able to...
And starting things off with a Ponder. 1, 2, 3. Looks like there's another copy of Force of Will, and a Mentor came in. Okay, I like that. Mentor, of course, as we see numerous times.
That is very important to have actually win conditions which doesn't rely on the graveyard.
Yeah, exactly.
He's pondering about the Ponder there. So I think I like the hand from Antoine. Looks okay to me. Even there's some cheap spells. Oh no, he shuffles the Mentor away.
Okay, yeah, I mean, at this point in the game, he's still worried about setting up things, and he only has one other land, so yeah. I guess he wants to see a random card, so Mackenzie's shuffling his opponent's deck here, as Antoine gets to draw 1 card from the Ponder.
That's true. We're still updating on Mackenzie's hand here. It contains an Eldrazi Temple and a Thought-Knot Seer. And probably 1 other card in Eldrazi Mimic. Okay. No, he just had mulligan to 5, so he just probably have another hand there. It's an Eye of Ugin.
And Eldrazi Mimic past the turn.
Wow. Still a very good mull to 5, right?
Is it? I mean...
I think he has Eye of Ugin and Eldrazi Temple, which makes it turn 2 Thought-Knot Seer.
Yeah, that's true, but no chalices.
No chalices.
Wouldn't have mattered because Antoine has the Force of Will already, but Leyline, yeah.
He has a Leyline, he has 2 threats and 2 soul lands. I think for a mull to 5, it's a pretty good hand.
Pretty good, but we might actually see Antoine go as far as to counter that Thought-Knot Seer.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does.
Yeah. But that still means that the Mimic is coming in for... No, it won't be because it gets countered. Yeah,
it's only coming there for 2, but... And maybe there's another Mimic in hand from Mackenzie there? Not sure.
If it wasn't updated, yeah.
But that allows for a double spell next turn, which a Mimic and a Thought-Knot Seer. Because I have Ugin functions as a...
So there's a Thought-Knot Seer. I can't imagine Antoine wanting this to resolve.
Yeah, I think he's...
So we'll likely see a Force of Will coming down.
I agree. Yeah, there it is. You were right anticipating.
Force of Will itself is exiled as well. Thank you very much. Pay 1 life.
And the Thought-Knot Seer is exiled as well.
Did Mackenzie draw another copy of Leyline of the Void? That'd be unfortunate.
And he has 2 cards in hand, one of which is probably the drawn Leyline of the Void, you're right. And the other one, we're not quite sure about this right now.
So Antoine also has the Source of Plowshares to deal with the Eldrazi Mimic, which means that Mackenzie is basically in top deck mode. There's plenty of decks, threats to top deck, of course.
Every card gets exiled.
Every card gets exiled. So there's a Brainstorm, draw 3. Fetch land is available in the form of Prismatic Vista, but I think he also drew a Scalding Tarn.
Man, this is basically Legacy in a nutshell, right? Brainstorm in a fetch land.
Yeah, and then with Leyline in play, I don't know if that's Legacy in a nutshell, but yeah, why not? Why the hell not? All right, there's Scalding Tarn, so I'll probably tuck that Tundra back. Here's an important draw for Mackenzie. Can he stick another threat? Oh, it looks like he drew another Thought-Knot Seer. That is pretty big.
Wow.
Okay, so this is pretty backbreaking for Antoine. No interaction here, so it looks like he's going to have to reveal his hand. Show me your secrets. Okay, he has a Brainstorm. That is something. So he will likely Brainstorm in response and put 2 cards back on top. The ones that he would like to keep the most. And we may also see his Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah, maybe even in response to the trigger, so you have to remove the Thought-Knot Seer.
Yeah, but then he draws a card again, right?
Yeah, but you maybe have no answer for the Thought-Knot Seer otherwise. So it could be...
We'll see what Antoine does.
Yeah, let's see what the Brainstorm does.
All right. Antoine finding a basic island of his Scalding Tarn.
We just got an update that Mackenzie's last card in hand is a Thorn of Amethyst.
Okay. Also pretty good.
Also pretty uncastable right now, right? Doesn't it cost 3?
Yeah.
So Antoine now plays a game of hide and seek, his best cards on top of his library.
Taking his time, and he should be, because we are in an untimed match, and every move makes a difference, especially when you are down a game.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
I think I would sort the Thought-Knot Seer in response if you can't get another answer.
The issue with that is that Antoine has to fetch. Okay, he is going to do that anyway. Interesting. Because if he hides his 2 best cards on top, but then fetches, he will lose those cards.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
But it looks like he is indeed going to go for that. So here comes the Snow-Covered Plains and likely the Swords to Plowshares. Like I mentioned, that's one thing Antoine doesn't have to worry about. His opponent life total. When Antoine is winning, it is not by dealing damage.
Yeah.
It is either through milling the opponent or by Thassa's Oracle. Mackenzie shuffling again. All right. So trigger of the Thought-Knot Seer still on the stack, or is the Thought-Knot Seer is probably still on the stack, and now it resolves and the trigger goes on the stack.
There's the Brain Freeze, pretty much a dead draw right now. There's no engine going on. The graveyard is exiled due to the Leyline of the Void.
Okay, so there's the Swords to Plowshares, exiling the Thought-Knot Seer.
I think that resolves. Yeah, still the Eldrazi Mimic will trigger and become a 4/4. Then he draws a card, and then he shifts his hand.
Prismatic Vista, Brain Freeze, Lotus, Lion Tie Diamond, and Enlightened Tutor.
So maybe you just take the Enlightened Tutor there. I mean, in case Antoine has anything lined up with that. Otherwise, the LAD and the Brain Freeze don't do anything right now, so I would just take the Tutor there. And then...
Yeah, seems likely.
Smash for 4.
Because the Tutor can find a Seal of Cleansing, which in turn can get rid of that Leyline of the Void.
And then smashing for 4, bringing Antoine down to 11 there.
Yeah.
So he's on a 6-turn clock right now, which is probably not enough.
I know, this is the issue. Antoine is now playing from the top. Both cards in his hand are pretty useless for this game state. And
Prismatic Wisdom, we saw that before, right?
Yes, exactly. All right, so
last card we're not sure about.
Back to Mackenzie. Can he find another Eldrazi from the top?
He probably has some in his deck. No,
so,
it doesn't.
Okay, it's just going to be the Mimic coming in for 2.
So and
there's Chalice for 0.
Wow.
Okay, I mean, yes, it makes things harder for Antoine, but it's not the best card right now, because Antoine's main concern wasn't whether he could cast Lion Tie Diamond or not. It was,
that's true.
I cannot use my graveyard.
It's kind of redundant, the Chalice right now. The threat would have been better for sure, to just seal the deal.
Okay, so back to Mackenzie.
And Antoine draw the second LED there.
Yeah, that is insult after injury.
Robin.
Yeah, insult after injury right there. So Antoine going down to 9, and we have there's the Throne of Amethyst.
Passing the turn. And Antoine draws another land, maybe? I'm not quite sure right now. Yeah, it's a pretty tough position for Antoine right now. Ah, he found the Serenity, right?
Okay, that is something.
That is something.
So, there's Serenity. Okay, says Mackenzie. 9 damage. Probably not able to do that right now.
Wow, Serenity was a very big draw there.
Yeah.
Just taking for 2.
Yeah. Going down to 7. Yeah, that was a huge draw.
Wow, this was probably the best draw in this deck.
Right? Yeah. Okay, so Serenity triggers, blows up everything to exile, and now we might have a game.
So right now Antoine needs another card. I think he needs the breach, Underworld Breach there.
Yeah, that is pretty...
So he fetches for another... Oh, he fetches 2 times again. Yeah, Antoine, and now after drawing the Serenity, an Eldrazi threat would have been much better than drawing the obsolete Chalice of the Void there.
Yeah. Okay, so Antoine double fetching here. Did he also draw the Underworld Breach?
Wow, that would be insane.
Whoa.
Wow, seriously?
Wow. Okay then. So he can basically play Lion's Eye Diamond, get Storm Count to 2,
There's
play
the
Brain Freeze on, and then play the Underworld Bleach, play Brain Freeze on himself.
What?
And then we are literally there, right?
What a sick top deck, 2 times in a row for Antoine there.
Exactly the cards that he needed to draw in this order.
in this order,
sequence.
You're right. Insane.
Wow.
Okay, now we're...
Mackenzie's so close, opponent down to 3, you could taste the victory.
Yeah. He just needed one more Eldrazi there.
Yeah.
One more Eldrazi would have been enough. So the die is there for the mana, I guess?
Yeah. Or the Storm Count.
The
green one is Storm Count. So Storm Count is 3 right now. And now he has these draws. Wow.
It's like he tutored 2 times, right?
I know, right? Exactly what he needed. Alright, so Storm Count is now 4.
So
because he played the Brain Freeze on himself, so he mills himself for 12.
6, 9, 10, 11, 12, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the game right there.
The most ghetto Storm Count ever.
Yeah, it's Storm. Yeah, it actually says Storm.
Yeah.
So yes, 6 mana floating.
Yeah, 2 LEDs,
right?
Yeah, this should be game, right?
Yeah,
just
this
play
is
the
game.
LEDs again, make mana again.
This is basically
rinse,
game.
repeat, Brain Freeze, you are dead.
Insane draws. What a comeback.
Yeah.
Couldn't imagine it.
Yeah, no. And especially being at 3 life, Mackenzie could taste the victory. Like, probably if he top decked any Eldrazi that isn't Eldrazi Mimic.
Look at how disappointed Mackenzie looked right now. Man, seriously? You just drew the perfect cards 2 times in a row? Okay,
yeah, he's seen enough. All right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Wow.
So we go to a game 3 after all, thanks to these amazing top decks.
I didn't expect that at all. Okay, but still, that's the thing when you play a combo deck. Just draw the right cards and you're just going off. There's no way around it.
Well, the Serenity there was huge, of course, because if he would have drawn the Underworld Reach without the Serenity, it's exactly those 2 cards in that order. Serenity first, then the Underworld Breach.
So that's correct. Is it correct that he's playing like 2 Serenities in the sideboard? I think so, right?
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, we can double check here. Yeah, that's
2 Serenities.
2 copies of Serenity.
Wow, 2 copies of Serenity.
Okay.
So the odds weren't that great, but anyways, odds don't seem to bother Antoine there.
Okay, but we are not there yet. Mackenzie being on the play once again, and we saw how aggressively he could mulligan in game 1 and 2, and he will likely do it again. And if once again there's no force of will to react to those chalices, then it could be over again fast.
Yeah, I think being on the player is huge for Mackenzie. So, but as you said, it's very, very draw dependent. This matchup has a lot of cards which don't matter that much, and a lot of very, very big haymakers.
Yeah.
So that's indeed why he did mulligan so aggressively, to get those ley lines and those chalices in hand. And
Oddball pointing out that wear and tear would have worked as well if it were in the end step. Yeah. So that is interesting, because wear and tear have two modes: destroy target artifact and destroy target enchantment, and there were exactly one artifact and one enchantment. So how convenient. So yeah, that would have been another out, I guess, too.
That's true. Wear and tear, and he's playing. What was he playing? 2 wear and tear as well, or only 1?
Let's take a quick look. There is 2 wear and tear inside.
So he had 4 outs for destroying the artifact and the enchantment there. Okay. So not that lucky then, I guess.
Well, still amazing draws. Because even if he would have removed those 2 cards, let's say you remove the Leyline and the chalice, or the Thorn, he still would have needed to draw the Underworld Breach to be able to actually do something. So.
And he was at 3. He had only like 2 more draw steps.
Exactly.
Maybe even 1 if Mackenzie would have been able to draw an advantage.
Yeah, insane.
So here we see the Underworld Breach.
And the Source of Plowshares did do the work here. Because the Thought-Seer not sticking was actually pretty big.
Yeah. Yeah, let's hope for another exciting game 3. Game 1 was not that exciting, actually.
Game 1 is about how I would expect this matchup goes, at least 50% of the time.
Yeah, probably. But game 2 was pretty nice. Two top decks in a row for Antoine there. Secured him the ability to play game 3, I guess. Yeah. What do you board out at from the Underworld Breach side there? What don't you need there? I think you cut the Orim's chant, right?
You don't really need to care about your opponent playing in your turn. So you could remove that effect for sure. Seal of Removal might also not be really what he's looking for here, since it's another 1-drop that gets ignored by Chalice, and stopping a Eldrazi for 1 turn is likely not going to be good enough. I imagine this card is probably in for cards like Emrakul and Marriott Lodge.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, he has 4 copies of Mentor in the sideboard. Yeah, but I guess it makes sense, right? Everybody attacks the graveyard after boarding, so you need to get a way to win the game without using the graveyard there. So Monastery Mentor with playing like a lot of 1 and 0 mana spells.
Yeah, and this is the point exactly. Attacking the graveyard is one thing, and attacking the game plan of the Underworld Breach, but by doing so, you lose cards as well when you're the attacking player. Like Laydown of the Void is as good as it is your card down, and same for Chalice. Okay, Chalice probably locks them out pretty hard, but yeah, we're just going to have to see what happens in game 3 here. Of course, both players still competing for that spot at the Players Tour. The winner of today, even in Legacy, the winner of the Legacy tournament today will be qualified for the Players Tour in Copenhagen.
Which is amazing. Playing Legacy, getting to play the Pro Tour, the Players Tour, sorry.
Yeah.
It's no longer the Pro Tour. And we're already back in the match there.
All right.
Whoa!
Antoine once again.
What?
Yeah, it's like,
what a draw there.
Chalice on 0.
It almost feels like Affinity what he's doing there, just putting his whole hand on the table on turn 1.
I mean, Wear and Tear still gets him out of this. Let's see if he actually has that. And
yeah, but Wear and Tear costs 3 mana, so
Mimic is not the most potent threat right now.
You're right.
Like, he needs to have like a Thought-Knot-Seer to really seal the deal here.
Yeah, for sure. But there's a Force of Will in hand for Antoine, and he didn't force the Chalice there.
So, Prismatic Vista being
interesting. It seems like Mackenzie kept a 6-card hand this time, maybe, and has an Ancient Tomb and a Wretched Bomb in hand, while Antoine is fetching for a basic island there.
So he does have a Wear and Tear.
He does have a Wear and Tear. Okay, that's pretty.
And that Chalice on 0 means that Antoine is still able to just preordain it. Please exile your. Yeah.
So. Okay, preordain is on the stack.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe there was some.
Yeah, it's playing it correctly. I like it.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, Chalice not being on 1 still means that Antoine can, do his thing.
Mm-hmm.
You could argue, would you rather go for Chalice on 1 before 0? This is a big question. Maybe chat can help me. Is it better to go turn 1 Chalice on 1 to prevent them from setting up, or turn 1 Chalice on 0 to prevent the entire combo from happening?
I think in general it is better to play the Chalice on 1, but what he wanted to do was deploy a threat on turn 1 and also play a disruptive element. So he had to play the Eldrazi Temple and the Chalice for 0 there. So I think it makes sense from Mackenzie's side to put the threat on the table as soon as possible. But still, I think the more disruptive play would have been the Chalice on 1.
Yeah,
I agree.
So there is the Ancient Tomb tapping for the Wretched Bomb. Looks like Mackenzie drew an Elvish Spirit Guide. This is, of course, the downside of playing those creatures, that they are terrible, terrible top decks. Amazing to get things out fast. Not so amazing when you really want to draw some action.
Yeah, Mackenzie needs a Haymaker there. He needs like a Thought-Knot Seer or a Reality Smash. No, Reality Smash. No, he can't. He can't cast Reality Smash due to the Spirit Guide there. That's true.
Yeah, but he does have a Force of Will, or did he lose his last blue card right now? I'm imagining he will draw another one to keep that Force alive.
I think so too. There's a Monastery Mentor on top of the library. Not quite on top of the library for Antoine there. Still debating whether to keep or to shuffle, I guess. And Mackenzie's really hoping for a Reality Smasher with some big boy.
Yes. Thought-Knot Seer is also pretty nice.
Thought-Knot Seer would be fine. Thought-Knot Seer may even be better to exile the Wear and Tear there. So he plays the Scalding Tarn and then probably passes the turn back. Yeah, let's go. Wretched Bomb on 1 there. Yeah. Another way of getting rid of the Underworld Breach.
That was Reality Smasher from the top.
Was it really?
Yes. Oh. There's the Spirit Guide, there's Reality Smasher.
That's
huge.
And it has to be forced.
He has a force target.
Yes, Brain Freeze, right?
Yeah.
Is the Brain Freeze?
Yeah. I mean, anything to stop this Reality Smasher
from coming in.
He
needs to stop it. Otherwise, he would get attacked for 10.
Yeah.
And that would be lethal.
That was a huge top deck, though.
Yeah, it was a very huge top deck, but Antoine managed to have another blue card in hand to pitch the Force. Of course. To pitch to the Force.
So, Mimic's just coming in. Mimic's kind of sad by itself.
Yeah, it is. I mean, imagine attacking for 10. Imagine attacking for 2 when you could have attacked for 10.
Yeah, exactly. Wretched Bomb is actually nice because it can destroy the Serenity before it will be...
As well. Yeah, you're right. So, Antoine debating whether to tutor at the end of the turn.
Yeah, so what he would tutor for is likely either Serenity or Seal of Cleansing. So it looks like he is going to go for it.
Mackenzie has no other card in hand.
No, it's all on the table.
He's hellbent right now.
Yeah.
So Antoine is the only one who plays cards. And he could tutor here. I mean, why not, actually?
So shuffling and then playing an Enlightened Tutor?
I think so.
Nice.
Just
all about efficiency here. I mean, I know it's a
correct way to do it.
And also you're like, it's like muscle memory that, okay, I looked through my deck.
Yeah,
I'm gonna shuffle now, of course.
For sure, yeah.
And then, like you said, it's the correct way to do, but you could shortcut things like this. Okay, there's the Serenity.
Why is he searching up Serenity when he has Wear and Tear in the hand? I would just search for the Underworld Breach there, right? I mean, I don't get it. So I think there is an on the board answer to Serenity.
It's a Wretched Bomb, yeah.
It's a Wretched Bomb. So I don't know why he just fetched the Serenity there. I mean, and he even has the answer for the ley line and the Chalice in the form of the Wear and Tear.
Yeah, but what he could do is play the Wear on the Wretched Bomb and then untap and play Serenity.
That's true. That's probably
and this is likely what he's going to do.
That is likely what he's going to do. That's true. Mackenzie passes the turn back.
Yeah, and
didn't
now
draw
we
another
probably see the
fatty
wear
fatty
coming
boom
in.
boom.
And while we're at it, we might as well try to tear the Leyline of the Void.
Jeskai mana assembled. Oh, Cavern. Nah, it's not that good right now, but could be coming
Cavern
handy
plus
later.
Reality Smasher, yeah.
Could be coming handy later.
But
Right
it might
now,
already be too late because Antoine now gets to wear and tear. Yeah, okay, it's just gonna wear the Ratchet Bomb.
which makes sense. As you said earlier, the line is to wear and tear the Ratchet Bomb. And
Yeah, but you could also just target the Leyline with the other side, right? Or is there a 1 mana spell he wants to play in the end step? Okay, so Ratchet Bomb gets destroyed. And he untaps and now gets to play the Serenity. Oh, finds another Force of Will. But is there another blue card?
But also, I mean, Mackenzie has Cavern in hand, so the Force is not big.
True. So this is a huge draw step for Mackenzie. This is basically...
If he has the Reality Smasher, he wins the game.
Does he? It's 10, right?
Is
this it? Is this a Reality Smasher? Thought not Seer, but that is also pretty big.
Wow.
The Cavern of Souls making sure... Okay, yeah, 2 Lion's Eye Diamonds.
Yeah. I mean, you just take the Lion's Eye Diamond, because Force of Will is not needed any longer because you have the Cavern of Souls. But...
So, Antoine is not out of the woods yet. He's still facing down 2 massive beaters. He will get rid of the Chalice and the Leyline.
I think Mackenzie is pretty much in the driver's seat here. Attacking for 4, bringing down Antoine to 6, and then having like 6 power in play.
It is pretty big that Mackenzie drew a creature here.
At some point, you
I mean,
are likely to draw an Eldrazi in your Eldrazi deck.
Or another land. Or another Elvish Spirit Guide.
Yeah, there are options, but you already drew them. You already drew lands, and you already drew the Spirit Guide, so... So you're rooting for the Breach player there?
I don't know. I feel like these are 2 evils. I mean, the Breach is the new kid on the block, which is cool. It's always cool to see new decks, but it's not my style, but neither is Eldrazi, so... I don't know.
Oh, taking for 4 here.
Who are you rooting for then, if you're asking these questions?
I think I'm rooting for Eldrazi.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. It's between like bad and evil to choose from here, but I really don't like graveyard dependent decks.
Okay, so. Harsh on the graveyard dependent decks.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, maybe. So let's see if Antoine finds a way out there.
Okay, so that's a brainstorm.
Another wear and tear.
Did he find an Underworld Breach there?
He did
find one. But is it good enough? So he has
second card.
Lion's Eye Diamond. In hand still 1 copy and a Force of Will. He needs to have a Brain Freeze, right? This is big. Those are the 3 cards. Lion's Eye Diamond, Brain Freeze, and Underworld Breach.
That is true. And he's facing down lethal right now.
Do we also see his Swords of Plowshares? Is that correct or not? That could buy him some time.
Right now, he just... Okay, what is he doing? He's just considering which 2 cards put back on top. Stack.
No, it's Wear and Tear, okay.
Wear and Tear and Lion's Eye Diamond and a Force and 2... Two Underworld Breaches.
And Force of Will, Underworld Breach, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But is it enough? So 2 cards back, okay. Now there's a Brainstorm in the graveyard. But this has to be over for Antoine, right?
I think so too. I think there's actually no way. Okay, just plays it out there. Plays the Breach.
There's a Breach, okay.
Plays the
Lion's Eye Diamond. Corrects the Lion's Eye Diamond.
Okay, I mean
discard your hand.
Right
and
now there.
Give the handshake.
Oh,
there we go. I was like, yeah, you're not going anywhere with this.
Wow, that was a close one.
Wow, that was a close one.
Oh my god! And in the end, Eldrazi were victorious over Antoine, which maybe he used all his luck in game 2, where he just sequenced 2 insane draws after another.
Yeah. That was amazing. So Mackenzie moving on to our semifinals here. Eldrazi taking 2 games over 1 game from the new kid on the block, Breach Storm, or Brain Freeze, Storm, Through the Breach, Mill, Thousand Oracle,
4 shenanigans. You know, everything. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It was amazing. It was amazing stuff there. Eldrazi in the end victorious. On the end of I think Eldrazi Mimic was the card which dealt the most damage.
Yes.
to the Breach Storm deck there.
But of all the decks we saw, the top 8, this is the deck that Antoine most likely had the hardest time of beating.
For sure.
Yeah. So, like we said, Snowco, Blue Red Delver, Infect, Allurion, they're more, I don't want to call it fair, but...
Fair is a tough word in Legacy.
Well, yeah.
There are some fair decks, you're right. But
yeah. I would say Devon Tex is a fairly fair deck.
I mean, it plays Etherwell, doesn't it?
Etherwell is not a fair card?
I'm not sure it's cheating on mana.
Okay, yeah, the definition of fair is still...
still to be determined, I guess.
Exactly. So... Congratulations to Mackenzie moving on to our semifinals. We need to know what happened in the other finals as well.
Chat said something about Infect. Is about in the...
Yeah. They moved on.
I think chat says something about that Infect is moving on to the semifinals. So if that is true, one Blue Red Delver got eliminated in the quarterfinals. But I'm not sure about this information because we haven't heard from the...
No, but that's okay. Yeah, I would not mind seeing Allurion on stream. It's a deck we don't get to see that often. It's nice that it made the top 8. It's one of those pretty old decks in...
it's pretty old Legacy deck.
Yeah, exactly. And, also kind of reminds me of Food Chain. There's the two...
Yeah.
Creature-based decks that rely on an enchantment to combo off. One cares about small creatures, the other cares about a certain griffin that exiles itself.
A certain griffin, yeah. The Misthollow kind of griffin, I think.
Okay.
Okay, it seems like Infect is top 4. He beat Delver 2-0. Okay, thanks for the information. In any case, this is Card Market Series Paris, and we're still bringing you 2 more rounds of Legacy, the semifinals and the finals.
Correct.
And the winner of the finals will get the qualification for the Players Tour in Copenhagen, as we mentioned before, which is amazing, as we already said.
And actually, earlier today, Jamin and I asked the chat to figure out, because Jamin said after this, you could go straight to the Players Tour in Copenhagen from Paris, and it would take you about 300 hours to walk there.
300 hours
from Paris.
Okay.
To Copenhagen.
So that's like in 3 months. How many hours a day you can walk, like conveniently?
Let's say 8.
Do you can walk 8 hours a day over a longer period of time?
Yeah, probably.
Wow, I think I think I probably couldn't.
I mean, you're going to the Players Tour. You need to have some motivation. No pain, no gain. Anyway, yeah.
I think we're still getting. Do we get some winner interviews even in the top 8? Right?
I hope so. That would be nice.
Okay.
Yeah, but that Blue Red Delver, 3 copies in the top 8 is also pretty big. Like we said, it was the most represented deck today out of a little rather than 50 players that attended our event. Grixis Delver also very, very represented, but none of those seem to have made it into the top 8, and neither have some of the other big decks like Miracles and Show and Tell and Devon Texas even.
Yeah, that deck was the second most represented deck in the Card Market Series here.
Unfortunately, we can't switch to another top 8 game because of the storm in Paris. Currently, we had to relocate to another venue, meaning we had to completely deconstruct the whole coverage setup, build it again in another hall, and this made it impossible to set up multiple streaming areas. We're already happy that we can provide you
that is one
stream. Yeah, the storm kind of wreaked havoc on our logistics there, but we are still happy to show you the remaining other matches in our top 8 here, the semifinals and the finals, of course.
Yeah, and I think you already mentioned Blue Red Delver, the most represented deck in the top 8, and also the most represented deck in the card market series at all. But still, the conversion rate is pretty insane. It was like 10% of the metagame and 37.5% of the top 8, which is an insane conversion rate. So probably showing the dominance. It's from the most played deck, maybe the best played deck.
Mm-hmm.
Not the best deck, sorry.
I mean, I think it's in general one of the most popular decks in Legacy right now. Of course, Temur Delver used to be, or I don't want to call it Temur Delver, let's call it Rug Delver. We're Legacy, we're not at Standard.
Yeah, it's Rug Delver for sure.
Yeah, was pretty dominant with Ren and 6 still legal, and then Oko came out, and I think they even played a couple of copies of those. But then of course Ren and 6 got banned, so now the deck is on the decline again. Yeah. Blue Red Delver is seeing and this is the difference between Blue Red Delver. You have the more reach from Chain Lightning and Lightning Bolt, etc. And the Grixis Delver has access to
more
cards
hand disruption, like
Falsies and Fatal Pushes. Yeah,
maybe they even play Kodagan's Command in the sideboard or something.
I think that card is a bit too slow for them, even.
Okay.
Because 3 mana is actually quite a lot for a Delver deck.
But do they play like some sacrifice effects against the land stacks, like the Dark Depths combo?
Yeah, they usually play either Liliana's Triumph or Diabolic Edict.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Do you know what the difference is between those two?
Liliana's Triumph also lets you discard a card if you control the Liliana Planeswalker.
There's one other big difference. Liliana's Triumph doesn't target. Diabolic Edict says
target player
sacrifices a creature. Liliana's Triumph says each opponent sacrifices a creature.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's a big difference there.
I don't know how much it matters in actually the matches where you want to have your opponent sacrifice a creature, because usually they don't have something that gives them hexproof.
Veil of Summer?
Well, actually,
Veil of Summer is...
Veil of Summer.
Oh.
Yeah, that could work. So yeah, Liliana's Triumph does indeed.
Wow, that's a pretty upgrade, pretty big upgrade there. Okay, I think we're still getting the winners interview ready there.
All right. Okay, so we are getting a winners interview. We just heard this, but it's gonna take a bit longer. So what about the Snowco? How do you like the name?
I mean, obviously a pun, and I'm not sure how to like puns, but I think it's fine. It incorporated all the things the deck does. It plays Snowland and plays Oko, so there's not much more to say about this deck. It's all incorporated in the Snowco. I don't know. It would not. I would probably just call it Snow Midrange or Snow Control. Snowco scheme. I mean, because Oko has such a bad reputation. I think it's probably not a wise choice to name a deck after him.
Why not?
Yeah, just as guys that you're playing it. I mean, it's strong, so you can play it, but be smart.
Okay, so is this a kind of a throwing shade at all the Oko players out there?
No.
No, why are you asking? Yeah, I would like to see that deck too. I don't know. We did see one Snowco deck on stream today playing against Goblins, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think we covered Snowco against Goblins there. Yeah.
And that was pretty spicy too, because that Oko was at one point at 16 loyalty, I think, because that's what Oko does.
Yeah, because 3 mana Planeswalker, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was an intense game. The Goblin player was pretty unlucky to get his turn 1 Lackey counter.
Force of Will twice. Yes.
Yeah. That would have changed probably the outcome of the match there, but okay. Yeah.
And the spiciest deck we saw today was definitely the High Alert deck. Too bad that didn't top 8.
What's in Legacy? I mean,
where's my wall gang at?
Nah.
Okay, the interview is ready with the winner of the previous match, so we're just going to jump back to the floor and enjoy, guys. And we'll see you guys soon for more Legacy coverage here from Paris. See you soon.
Welcome back to the coverage of Card Market Series Paris. We are here with our first semi-finalist of the day. It's Mackenzie from Sydney. Congratulations.
Cheers.
That was an interesting match. I have to admit I didn't see all of it, and I think some of our...
You're letting me down, man.
Yeah, I understand. Just so many things to do this weekend.
Yeah.
So walk us through it. What happened in the first game?
First game, I mulliganed to 5. I have to say I've mulliganed more times in this tournament in just this match than like the rest of the tournament.
Right.
But my 5-card hand had double Chalice of the Void, and he's playing a combo deck. So I resolved turn 1, Chalice for 0, Chalice for 1. And then it was a bit slow, but I beat him down with creatures. It was fine.
That sounds very interesting. So how you said it's the first time that you mulliganed down to 5, but how did that feel for you? Were you like super nervous about it, or were you like, I can still win this?
Yeah, it's a bit feels bad because I am 7th in the standings, so he gets the play. He's playing like a turn 2 kill deck, but I do have Chalice. So with the new mulligan rules, it's really favored for decks that are trying to find specific cards. So I was thinking if I can find 1 Chalice, I can slow him down a bit. But with 2, it was like really hard for him to interact, especially before sideboarding.
Right. You're already mentioning sideboarding. What happened after that first game? What did you introduce?
So the cards that I added, full Leyline of the Void. It's a graveyard interaction combo deck. 2 Ratchet Bombs. I think I needed to take out some cards that weren't great in the matchup, and I thought Ratchet Bomb was kind of okay. In this tournament, we get to see their deck list before playing the match, so I saw he had some Serenities. Maybe I can interact a bit with Ratchet Bomb. And then also Thorn of Amethyst, another card which is just a 2-mana artifact to try and slow them down.
Okay. So it seemed like you had a pretty good game plan. Of course, like you pointed out, the mulligan rules helped a little bit. Was it like easier than you expected it to be?
It was, because I thought the matchup was really bad, especially because he got the play. So I thought game 1 I was just dead. So I was expecting to have to win 2 hard sideboard games. The games were really interesting. They were all just like me playing a lot of slow down or stop effects, like ley lines. I think in both game 2 and 3 I had Leyline Chalice Ratchet Bomb sort of action, and then him trying to get out of that lock. So he got me only just with a really nicely timed Serenity in the second game. In the third game he also had the Serenity. I probably would have been dead, but then I drew pretty well to get out of it. I feel pretty good right now.
Yeah, no, that would have been my next question. So you're now in the semifinals. That already guarantees a little bit of prize money. Yesterday, actually, the players decided to split the prize money among the top 4. Everybody was walking away with 400 euros, so not a bad deal, I guess. So how are you feeling about your chances moving forward?
Look, I'm just happy to be here and really enjoying to play some Legacy. In Sydney, there isn't really much of a Legacy scene. So look, any prizes that I can get, or I think there's like some championship points or something like this, maybe even a Players Tour invite. It just feels good, you know. But yeah, I'm having a good time. So.
All right. Well, we're very happy to hear. We would of course love to see you again at one of the upcoming stops, because there's a few more, guys. There's a few more. So congratulations again.
Cheers.
And we're gonna see you very likely later again. We're gonna probably move to the other side of the bracket, I guess, but we don't do backup matches anymore. This is one of the things I didn't even address before, because we had to move all of the equipment from Hall A to Hall B. We could not bring our equipment for the backup feature match in time. I hope most people are understanding, I think, but it's a bit weird. Why didn't you stream 2 matches per round? Yes, so because we had to carry everything. All right, with that, guys, we're signing off for now. You can check out, in the meantime, our written coverage. There's metagame breakdowns. There's interviews, I think, standings as well. If you're interested in how your friends are doing or how they did, you can check that out there. And of course, we're gonna be uploading more things, more articles and more interviews. We got a special with Svetlin Velenov, the famed Magic artist, who's only at a tournament every 3 years, apparently. Yeah,
and
so
this weekend?
Yes.
I missed out.
Too
busy winning.
I have to say you did, yeah. but it's a good excuse. It's a good excuse. So we're going to be uploading an interview with Svetlin as well over the next couple of weeks. So you can follow us, and under this Twitch stream, basically below me, there are a million links to YouTube, to Instagram, to every little social media network in the world. So just follow us there. You're not going to miss out. There's so much stuff to learn for you guys. All right, with that, finally heading off from Card Market Series Paris, and then very soon we're going to be back with the semi-finals of the Legacy main event.
C'est grâce à lui que j'ai commencé Magic. Il m'a donné l'envie de il m'a dit d'essayer. Allez, essaye quelques cartes. Je suis sûr que ça va te plaire, tout ça. Tu devrais essayer. Et du coup, je me suis lancée comme ça. J'en ai peint 1, 2, et puis je me suis prise au jeu parce que c'est minutieux, c'est intéressant. Il y a beaucoup de diversité au niveau des illustrations. Il y a énormément de choses à faire, et je me suis pris au jeu en fait, tout simplement.
Do you play?
Yes, I play. Yes, Commander, moderne. Mais pas en tournoi parce que j'ai pas un assez bon niveau, hein. Clairement.
What is your preferred style for doing altered art, or do you have a preferred style for the alters that you do?
J'aime bien tout style de cartes, mais j'adore toutes les cartes qui sont les plus minutieuses et les plus chiantes entre guillemets à faire. Après, il y a des très très grands classiques du style Jace, Liliana, les Biland, voilà, qui reviennent constamment. Mais j'adore toutes les cartes minutieuses où est-ce qu'il y a énormément de couleurs. Plus c'est difficile, plus j'adore la difficulté.
Maybe you have an example, but if not, what do you think is the hardest card you've worked on?
Bassland.
What made this card so difficult?
Difficile, les couleurs sont très difficiles à avoir, elles sont particulières et c'est vraiment, on n'a pas le droit à l'erreur dans ce genre de cartes. Déjà voilà, par le graphisme, mais vraiment ouais, les couleurs qui sont vraiment particulières, clairement. Même si ça n'a pas l'air, ça met 2 à 3 heures de temps pour réaliser au niveau de la recherche, du graphisme.
Do you have a favorite artist in Magic?
Christopher Resch, John Haven.
What do you like about him? Or about his art?
Foudre, Lightning Bolt, l'illustration, ouais, le style. Ouais, on sent encore la patte de l'illustrateur, c'est pas fait que à l'ordinateur. Voilà, on sent la main, le travail à la main. Voilà.
So you also do card restorations. Could you describe that process, like what goes into it and how does it compare to doing altered art?
Alors la restauration, je répare beaucoup de cartes qui sont passées à la machine à laver, qui ont pris l'eau. Donc c'est au-delà d'un travail de peinture, il y a toute une technique derrière pour réussir à retrouver, à restaurer vraiment l'épaisseur de la carte, rattraper des pliures par exemple, des choses comme ça. Donc ça c'est des techniques que j'ai dû rechercher, on sort du cadre de la peinture et voilà, c'est des choses dont je ne parle pas parce que ça demande beaucoup de recherche et c'est des heures et des heures de travail, mais c'est vraiment essayer de retrouver l'état en fait, l'état et la structure originelle d'une carte. Et après, il y a effectivement un travail de peinture par-dessus, mais c'est d'abord un travail de recherche pour essayer de retrouver l'épaisseur et l'intégrité d'une carte, surtout quand il y a eu des trous, des pliures. Et après, c'est de la peinture. Ouais.
Where can people get in contact with you if they want to get their own cards repaired or they want altered cards, not here at Paris, but elsewhere?
J'ai un Facebook, je suis aussi présente sur Magic Card Market, voilà, depuis des années. Donc aussi bien par mon compte Market ou par mon Facebook ou par mon site, voilà, où je fais aussi beaucoup d'échanges par mail pour des informations, des contacts ou discuter aussi de Magic ou des cartes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Merci.
Hi, we're here at the Card Market Series Frankfurt with our illustrious artist, Johannes Voss.
Yes. Hello, that's true.
We're gonna ask him some questions. So the first question that everyone wonders about artists is, how did you get into doing art?
I was studying computer science at uni, and I noticed it wasn't what I was gonna do for the rest of my life. So I was, looking at stuff online. I was seeing people do art for video games, and I thought, oh, people do that for a living. I could probably do that. And I dropped out of uni and just started practicing for a couple of years, and then turned it into my job.
What art do you do besides for Magic?
I mostly do Magic these days. I do a little bit in movies, video games, and book covers, but I really enjoy Magic because I also play. So that's what I focus on nowadays.
Did you play before you got into art?
Yeah. I started in Legions. Mm-hmm. So I was playing way back in high school in 7th grade.
What's your favorite format?
I gotta say limited. Because in Constructed I feel you're competing with people who do nothing all day except build their deck. So it's tough, If you don't have as much time to prepare, it can be tricky. But in Limited everybody has the same chances, I feel. So I prefer that.
We've had some pretty crazy Limited formats lately. Are there any that you've played in that you really liked?
Not really. Recently I haven't had much time, but I've been doing more Magic art, so
yeah,
that's something.
Okay, back to the art. How did you get into specifically doing Magic art?
At the time I knew somebody, Dave Raposa, who was already working for Wizards, and he just forwarded the email of the art director at the time. Okay. So it was pretty simple. It's really simple in general. The art directors are always looking for people who can, deliver work that works for the game. So there's no, resumes or anything involved. There's no job interviews.
Mm-hmm. Are there any cards that you found particularly challenging?
Yeah, Atomic in the War of the Spark set gave me huge trouble for sure. I spent probably a whole week on that. But that's, usually the cards that are most rewarding, the ones where there's lots of problems that you kind of have to find a solution for.
So one particular, one of my personal favorite pieces of art that you've done is Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. Are there any cards that a lot of people come to you about, and if so?
Yeah, probably Restoration Angel. I think that was the first really big card, and it's probably still the one that I see the most when people come to me and want cards signed.
Do we have any, or are there any cards from you in the upcoming Throne of Eldraine set that we have to look forward to? You obviously can't tell us which, but...
I only got 2 in that set, because at the time we were doing that set, I didn't have as much time. But I think it's 2 nice ones. You're gonna like the set. It's looking really, really sweet.
So what is your favorite card that you've worked on?
My favorite card? Right now it's probably Angel of Vitality. It's not a really, it's not a strong card, but I've been trying to get back into more simple illustrations where there's not a lot of, stuff going on, just focus on what's essential. And I feel like with that one, I've been able to get a little bit closer to that.
Can you describe kind of the process you go through when you're illustrating a card?
Well, basically, so you get a commission, right? And at this point, I think the playtesting is done. R&D knows what the cards are in rules text, mana cost, what they do with the mechanics. And then also the style guide and world design is already done at this point. And then you get a text blurb, it's 3 lines of text, and together with the style guide, you'll be able to visualize what the card is supposed to do. Say in War of the Spark, you got all the guilds, right? So they're going to say we have this Orzhov guy, and he needs to be, mean looking, and I don't know. He does something with, let's say, copying effect, so let's have him and his twin who looks alike. So that's about the gist of the art commission. And then based on that, you try to, imagine what the painting should look like, do a sketch, and then that, after you're happy with it, send it in to the art directors who say, yay or nay, basically. And then if something's off, they're gonna, ask you to maybe move it in a different direction. if they're happy with it, they're going to say, yeah, just go ahead. And then basically the next step is just finishing the painting and sending it in. Sometimes there'll be a couple tweaks, and then that's basically, it's fairly hands-off, so it's nice because you get a lot of creative freedom working for Magic.
Do you have any advice for any aspiring Magic artists?
Yeah, practice fundamentals. It sounds really boring, but it's key in doing commercial illustrations, because you got to make, things need to read and look believable, and so you got to have a basic understanding of all the fundamentals in art, and then after that you got to find out what you like personally, like what you want to paint. Not just, there's a lot of young illustrators that basically they get their first jobs and they all do the mainstream CG style, video game / fantasy illustration style, and that's great to get your first jobs, but it's not going to help you stand out. So you got to figure out what you really enjoy, because that's usually what you're going to be best at. Because if you enjoy it, the results are going to be better.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Johannes, and I can't wait to see your next piece.
Oh, it's going to be... Hopefully you'll like it. I don't know, I've been experimenting.
Welcome back to the coverage of Card Market Series in Paris, where we are ready for the semi-finals. We got Mika here. Congratulations, making it to the semi-finals. Are you feeling nervous going into this match?
Un peu nerveux de commencer ce match dans la top 8.
Non, pas du tout. J'étais bien tout le long du tournoi, donc je continue avec ça.
He was feeling really well all along the tournament, and so now he's ready to go.
All right, so not tired after a very long day. How happy are you with the deck that you brought to the tournament?
Satisfait du deck que tu as ramené au tournoi?
Oui, c'est un deck que j'ai arrêté Magic depuis un moment, c'est un deck qu'on m'a prêté, donc je suis satisfait, oui.
Okay, so he stopped playing Magic for a while, and someone lent him this deck,
right?
And he's very satisfied with it.
Okay, but it sounds to me like you didn't put that many hours into the preparation. Did you play a lot leading up to the tournament, or did you just like sleeve up and show up and suddenly end up in the top 4?
Du coup, on a un peu l'impression qu'on t'a prêté un deck et tu t'es directement lancé. Est-ce que tu as eu le temps de t'entraîner quand même, ou tu as juste mis les sleeves et t'es parti?
En fait, je suis un joueur de Legacy depuis bon moment, ça fait 6 ans que je joue au Legacy. Je connais on va dire, je connais la plupart des packs. C'est la première fois que je joue ce pack-là. Voilà, j'en suis content.
Okay, so he's been a Legacy player for 6 years,
right.
But he already knows the metagame, so he knows the deck, so he was feeling pretty well going to it. Yeah, exactly.
All right, thank you so much. Best of luck in the feature match. So you guys can already move over. Yeah, his opponent. Hey, congratulations on making it top 4. Introduce yourself to the viewers out there. Where are you from? What's your name?
I'm Sam. I'm from Belgium. And I always play the same deck in Legacy, which is Infect, always.
Right. We just talked about that match, and I thought like, oh, Delver is a quick deck, and then the other guys who are much, like, they have expert knowledge. They were like, it is, but Infect is even faster. So how are you feeling?
It can be, but it doesn't have to be, but it can be.
All right. So how are you feeling about your chances going into the semifinals?
Well, it's a bad matchup, especially the Grixis version. So it still has to be played, of course, because there's, the quarterfinals were against Delver as well, so it's always possible. But the quarterfinals were against Blue-Red Delver, and now it's Grixis, so I think Grixis is a bit worse. So, well, it always has to be played, so we'll see where it goes. But I think my opponent's probably favored.
All right, and how many hours did you put into playtesting, or are you also a long-time Legacy player?
Yes, I'm a Legacy fanatic, to put it this way. I've been playing Legacy for... I don't know how many years, and I think I've been playing this deck for 4 or 5 years, always the same deck, so I do know the deck in and out, and I've been expecting quite a lot of Delver too, so I've adapted my sideboard specifically for this matchup, so well, we'll just see how it goes.
All right, it could be a very different game after the first and the second game. Okay, so best of luck to you too in the semifinals. You can also move over there.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So guys, that is it. Those are our 2 competitors. We've just heard that there is a chance that the Delver deck is going to be favored according to his opponent. That's going to be something to talk about for our commentators for this match. We're going to break it down for you. They have the deck lists in front of them, and they're going to let you know who's going to be coming out on top in the semifinals here at Card Market Series Paris. So without further ado, take it away, guys.
All right, welcome back to the booth of Card Market Series Paris 2020. We're here on a Sunday, and that means, what does that mean, Robert?
That it's the last day.
It's whoa, in history. It's just the last day ever. No, it's the last day of the Card Market Series
in Paris.
And that obviously means Legacy. That's expected more excitement out of you for Legacy.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, mess around a bit. But I am very excited about this upcoming match, because as we can see on the bracket, we have Blue-Red Delver, which actually turned out to be Blue-Red plus an additional color, which
is black. Yeah, it's actually kind of Grixis Delver.
Kind of Grixis Delver.
Yeah.
Blue-Red kind of Grixis Delver.
Facing off against Infect.
Yeah, should be a very, very cool matchup. Both players, sticking a threat, trying to get the opponent.
I actually have never viewed the matchup in this way.
Okay.
Like Delver wants to stick a threat, Infect wants to stick a threat. Difference is Delvers usually don't kill in one go with a lot of giant growths attached, whereas Glistener Elf does kill in one go with a lot of giant growths attached. On the other side of things, we saw the Eldrazi deck take out Breach in, rather dominant fashion.
Yeah.
Although it was a 2-1. Also, Snowco, Slowco, Snow Control.
Yeah, keep going.
deck, taking out Blue-Red Delver. So only one Blue-Red Delver remains in a field of initially 3 in our top 8, and only 4 players remain competing for that Players Tour qualification.
Wait, only one Blue-Red Delver remains, but it's actually not Blue-Red Delver?
Yeah, it's actually Grixis Delver.
Surprise attack.
No, we don't have Sneak Attack in our top 8.
No, we don't. We do have the surprise attack.
All right, so let's take a look at that Grixis Delver deck list. The deck consists of, you see it there, 4 Delver, 3 Dreadhorde Arcanists, 2 Young Pyromancer, and 2 Bedlam Reveler, all as threats. Bedlam Reveler, kind of an interesting inclusion here, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you could kind of see it as a replacement of the big stinky fish, Kermit Angler. Because that is a card that also cares about filling up your graveyard fast as possible, and a big threat that you can stick. It's kind of like a payoff for filling up your graveyard fast.
Yeah.
And Bedlam Reveler is a payoff for exactly that too. It rewards you for going deep into your graveyard, and getting to discard your hand and drawing a bunch of cards while also having prowess.
Yep.
Relevant keyword.
Definitely.
I like it.
I'm a bit worried about graveyards becoming a bit overutilized in Eternal formats. So not only in Eternal formats, also in Modern. For example, and that makes it easy for many players to include graveyard hate.
Yeah.
And maybe Bedlam Reveler will suffer a bit from that at some point. But whatever, that's a very meta discussion of Legacy right now. Let's move on with the deck list. Apart from that, we have a lot of interaction, and the premium interaction of Legacy that is.
We have the 1 copy of Force of Negation, but then the 4 copies of Force of Will and the 4 copies of Daze. No Spell Pierces here. I don't know if that's more a blue-red thing to do, but I would like Spell Pierce in this matchup. I imagine, since both players will likely be kind of tight on mana, maybe in fact has a bit more mana thanks to those Noble Hierarchs, but still Spell Pierce probably very efficient at getting rid of those pump spells.
Yeah. So definitely a strong interactive suit here from the Grixis Delver deck. And now let's move on to the Infect side of things. Infect, obviously a deck that tries to win by either sticking in turn 1 Glistener Elf and pumping it up, or sticking in turn 2 Blighted Agent and pumping it up. Note that you don't...
Put an Oko down.
Yeah, put an Oko down, or even the rare Noble Hierarch beatdown. Now, obviously, me saying turn 1 Glistener Elf, turn 2 Blighted Agent, that's not really true, because the strongest Infect draws are the ones that open on turn 1 Noble Hierarch, turn 2 stick your threat, play your threat, protect it at all costs, and then run over the opponent next turn.
And once again, we see a lot of interaction here as well. 3 copies of Force of Will, 4 Days, and 2 of those Spell Piercers I mentioned earlier, as well as 1 Crop Rotation.
I'm really interested to see if that Akko can take over a game or 2.
Yeah, it's just like so. I mean, I get why it's in there. Okay, Oko's a broken card, blah blah blah. It's just so counterintuitive to what this deck is trying to do, right?
Yeah. Oh, I'm this aggressive deck that tries to, beat you down very quickly. Also, here's this extremely busted mid-range play.
Yes, exactly. And talking about those, in the sideboard there's a copy of the Fairy, which again, yes, stick it when you're playing Infect. It is a guaranteed win.
Yeah, love it. All right. Obviously, you mentioned the single crop rotation plays a huge role when you don't like it. It makes for a surprise kill if your opponent is passing the turn, possibly tapped out. You can end of turn fetch an Inkmoth Nexus, activate it, and it's lethal out of nowhere. Honestly, out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So
the 2 big payoff spells, or 3 I should say, is Berserk, Become Immense, and also that new one, Scale Up.
Scale Up, 1 mana, target creature you control becomes a 6/4 worm until end of turn. Still keeps all abilities. With Overload 6, notably, this deck will not overload this card.
I want to see this happen.
That would be cool.
Can we please get 2 Noble Hierarchs that act as worms?
Yeah, and maybe some Akko 3/3s and stuff.
Yes.
Nah.
It's a solid 6 mana, right?
It won't happen. Yeah, it's 6 mana overload.
Is this deck even capable of producing 6 mana? I guess with the Noble Hierarchs you are.
Is it capable of producing 6 mana? I mean, there's 4 Inkmoth Nexus, 4 Tropical Island, a single Savannah, and 1 Pendle Haven.
Yeah,
for sure.
Not counting Wastelands and such.
Is there a Wasteland?
No, but they can get Wastelanded.
Oh, yeah, of course. No, our opponent obviously never draws a single Wasteland or decides to activate it. Yeah, that's not happening. Yeah. So we have a lot of interaction, a lot of pump spells, and some threats.
Yeah, this should be Legacy at its finest. Cheap creatures, cheap interaction, card selection from both sides. Oko.
Obviously, we are going to head down to the feature match area as soon as possible. In the meantime, while our players are shuffling up,
yes,
we'd like to remind everyone that there's a survey going on, because we at Card Market are trying to bring you the best coverage possible. And while there's always, some hiccups, sometimes there's a storm coming and we have to evacuate the hall. We always want to know what we can improve on. And if you tell us what we can improve on or what you're already satisfied with, you have the chance to win €10 in Card Market credit. Simply tell us your username at the end of the survey and you might be eligible to win €10 of Card Market credit. Easy peasy.
And one point of feedback could also be to have a better survey.
Wow, shots fired, Robert. Shots
I don't know. I saw some people in chat not being happy with it.
I actually also
this is your
didn't have a chance yet to look at the survey.
No, me neither. But this is the way you can say, well, nice tournament, but the survey could use some improvement.
Yeah, tournament 10 out of 10. Survey 3.5 out of 10.
Yeah, exactly. All right, looks like both players are gonna keep, which is there's no need to mulligan aggressive, etc. That poison counter kind of looming in there at the bottom of the screen. Probably gonna see some of that. Oh no, Mikhail is going to
already on a mulligan. Now this matchup can be very interesting.
Yes. So once again, it's not URL Delver, even though the screen shows URL Delver. It is Grixis Delver, which makes the match even more interesting.
Yep, because there's even more interaction coming from both sides of the field here. Between discard, removal, and burn spells, the Delver deck has a lot of things to keep up with Infect, but Infect has a lot of things to keep up with Delver as well. You have protection spells, pump spells to foil the burn plans, but pump spells don't work around Fatal Push, for example. So a lot of interesting interactions between these cards. And we already see a Thoughtseize, a Daze, a Dreadhorde Arcanist, and at least a Scalding Tarn in Mikhail's hand. And I think that's a Misty Rain. No, that's another Brainstorm at the very front. That's a
Brainstorm from Spellbook Jace, correct.
Yeah. Recognizing all the artworks from different sets these days is becoming a real challenge.
Yeah. You can thank Commander players for that.
Thank you, Robert.
I mean, Commander players like foiling out their decks in weird, fancy promos. So, we're happy to see whenever we get another thingy. I personally don't like the Spellbook Jace kind of thing, but I can respect it. But then again, there's only one true Brainstorm art. That's the issue. Brainstorm you cannot play around. There's only one that you should play.
The wait. The snow one, where he has a gushing mouth.
No.
Yeah,
the
that's the disgusting
one. The Mercadian Mask one.
Okay.
Of the lady putting her fingers to the brain with the little. That is the superior Brainstorm art. No discussion, please.
All right. As Daze is headed to the bottom of Mikhail's library, getting ready by showing you guys the starting hand of both players. We're, typing them into our overlay. There's 6 cards in Sam's hand right now. Oh, now there's 7.
There's 7, yeah.
I wanted to make a great reference to none of these 6 cards have Infect, so I imagine the 7th card does, but it doesn't. It's a Brainstorm.
Yeah, the original printing, of course, is acceptable, but still the Mercadian Mask is superior.
So what Robert is trying to say here is
it's not acceptable.
Any original is acceptable, except it's not.
When it's not, yeah.
Except when it's not.
Well, I mean, I still think the original one is better than this Jace one, to be fair. But yeah, Mercadian Masks. Mercadian but foil. See, I see you are a man of culture as well.
Wow. I actually like the newer frames, newer.
Oh yeah, nothing against that.
Works,
just the art on that Brainstorm is just so gorgeous.
All right, a strong interactive suit here by Mika on his 6 cards: Brainstorm, Fatal Push, Thoughtseize, and Dreadhorde Arcanist, alongside 2 lands. And now Mika opens things up as he was the first seat after Swiss.
Is this a turn 1 Thoughtseize?
Probably. Unless he's very aggressive with his Brainstorm.
After fetching.
Yeah. Fetch, brainstorm. Oh, okay. Sure.
Target?
Probably his opponent.
Yes.
Probably Sam.
That's the correct answer.
Maybe taking his own Dreadhorde Arcanist would be nice to reanimate later, but not what we'll see here.
You can see people do it in Legacy. Sometimes people will Thoughtseize
in
their own
reanimator decks. Yeah, sure. I've done that before.
You have? How does it feel?
Pretty bad most of the time.
I could imagine.
Like it's like Faithless Looting. You don't draw cards and you only discard one. Like it's just terrible.
So Sam's hand consists of a lot, but no infect creature.
Yep. We have 2 pump spells, 1 Force of Will, 1 Brainstorm, and a Noble Hierarch alongside 2 lands. Not a great hand, but at the same time, one that you cannot easily pick apart with a single Thoughtseize. Although taking the Brainstorm, in my opinion, seems extremely juicy, as it takes away the only blue card out of Sam's hand, leaves him with no way to dig for an interact creature, and basically leaves him with a single Noble Hierarch.
Yeah.
But Mika decides otherwise, takes the Noble Hierarch and leaves Sam with a hand of spells. Now, make no mistake, even though there is no creature in Sam's hand, he does have access to one, I assume, although I'm actually not sure. Does he play a Dryad Arbor? Do we know?
We can check.
Let's check. Thanks to Cardboard Live, there's no Dryad Arbor in Sam's deck, so you don't make a mistake if you assume he doesn't have a creature. He does indeed not have a creature. All right. As we see Mika fetch a second land, which makes me assume that there's no Brainstorm to be had this turn. Ready for Dreadhorde Arcanist. Picking up a Daze is nice as additional protection for later spells or additional disruption.
So do you want to fight this Dreadhorde Arcanist, knowing that it will get Thoughtseize back soon?
I'm not sure. I don't like giving up my only Brainstorm.
That is true.
At the same time, Dreadhorde Arcanist starting to flashback Thoughtseize.
Will also get rid of your Brainstorm.
Yeah, not a great spot. As we see, main phase Brainstorm by Mika.
Yeah.
Picking up 3 cards and
2 copies of Fatal Push and a Daze in hand. Yeah.
Yeah, any creature on Sam's side of the board will not stick around for very long.
Yeah, because it is very likely that Mika will pick one of the blue cards Sam has in hand. Either the Force of Will or the Brainstorm.
So I assume if Thoughtseize is the card that ouch, that Wasteland.
Yeah, pretty rough.
Reducing Sam's resources even further. I assume if Thoughtseize is being flashed back, we will see a Brainstorm
Berserk on your Dreadhorde Arcanist. I like it.
Yep, that's the rare removal mode on Berserk.
Yeah.
Berserk causes the creature to be sacrificed at end of combat or return.
And that means that power will be doubled, but seeing as it only has 1 power.
Yeah, but when does it get sacrificed? Does it get sacrificed at end of combat or at end of turn? Let's look that up right now. As we do have that.
So at the beginning of the next end step, destroy that creature if it attacked this turn.
It's okay. Let's bring it up on screen right there. Next end step. So obviously Sam needs to do this before the Thoughtseize resolves, because otherwise Berserk could be taken.
I also want to point out that here it's totally acceptable to display the new art and new card, because the text is actually
the text is readable and comprehensible.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, and still in response to that Thoughtseize, we see the Brainstorm happen, which gets met with a Daze.
Yeah.
What a brutal sequence for Sam here. Sam left with absolutely nothing except for, some silly pump spells that look even more silly in the face of 2 fatal pushes from Mika, or maybe 1.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for him from here on for sure.
At the very least, the only thing that Sam has going this game is that he's under no pressure.
Even if that Dreadhorde Arcanist was there.
Yeah, it's going to get sacrificed, and there's no pressure going on right now at all. So that's the thing that Sam has going on.
So it's taking 2 damage here from that Berserk Dreadhorde Arcanist.
Right, and we move towards the end of the turn where Dreadhorde Arcanist would get sacrificed. Let's see, yeah. First of all, we're going to wasteland that tropical island.
See, and now we're watching Legacy. It's turn, 3, 4, and there's only 1 permanent in play for both players.
Yeah, nice. That's pure Legacy. That Force of Will in Sam's hand was obviously taken by the Thoughtseize, and now both players looking for new resources.
Yeah, a Delver would be nice here to find for Mikael. Or a Bedlam Reveler, but he doesn't have double red, so...
Alright, apparently Sam has found something. We'll see what it is. It's a Blighted Agent.
But unfortunately for him, Mikael does still have a copy of Fatal Push.
Yep. So that
will meet its swift end. But yeah, was a good deck, top deck.
Yep. Potentially that would have spelled the kill next turn, by putting 2 pump spells on it, but Fatal Push taking quick care of that. Another Wasteland.
Brutal.
Holy moly.
But nothing to follow it up. Only
another Blighted Agent.
But nothing to cast it. Okay. So this is what we're describing. Both players being so firm on resource denial. Okay.
So now the Blighted Agent can actually come down. And if Mikael... I'm not sure what Mikael's last 2 cards in hand are. But if there's no interaction...
Okay, there's a
Bedlam Reveler.
And didn't he have a second copy of Fatal Push, or did he brainstorm that away?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so here we see the Blighted Agent coming down.
Oh no, there is another copy of Fatal Push.
Okay, so
if Sam moves in next turn, that might spell doom. But I don't think Mikael can let Sam move.
No, you want to get rid of it as soon as possible, right?
It's like level 1 magic is always do things right away. Then level 2 magic is, hey, you can wait, you do it at the last possible moment when your opponent pumps their thing. And then level 3 is, oh, don't do that. Yes. You run right into Vines of Vastal.
Oh, Ponder from the top, not bad. Maybe he can find a second red source to cast that Battle Mirror. And looks like he did with that Polluted Delta.
Yeah, so he keeps Polluted Delta on top, can fetch for a red source, and
then we see the
play the Bedlam Reveler straight away.
That is a very good card now.
And now, wow, now Mika is firmly in the driver's seat here, I would say. Getting a free Ancestral Recall on top of a 3/4 body. With Sam only having 2 pump spells in hand. We'll see where this goes.
Yeah, interesting card. Like we said, it probably took the spot of the good old Hermag Angler. So that's the main big threat in your Grixis Delver list. And yeah, being able to draw 3 cards after being hellbent.
That must feel nice.
That must feel nice.
And now there's another Fatal Push and a Force of Will. And apparently a Lightning Bolt.
Giving a prowess trigger.
Yeah.
Going to become immense Noble Hierarch to fizzle the burn spell.
So now Mikael has to decide whether or not he would like to trade his Fatal Push for the Noble Hierarch. Decides not to. And now, unfortunately, Mikael can't even attack. So maybe...
He has another Fatal Push?
I thought so. At least there was one.
Both for the Blighted Agents, right?
Okay, I thought he picked one up after the Reveler.
Okay.
But now it's Sam's turn to ponder, and pondering he is.
Yeah.
Seeing at least 1 land, 1 Noble Hierarch, and I can't quite tell the card in the middle.
Is it Vines?
Vines of the Vast would be nice, but without an infect creature, still of little use against that Bedlam Reveler.
It is a Vines.
And actually, had Mikael waited until his own turn, so had Mikael attacked and waited until Sam's turn to try and kill that Noble Hierarch. Say Sam goes for the scale up, and then Mika responds with the lightning bolt. Sam could respond with the become immense. Then the noble hierarch would become a 6/7, and then scale up would make it into a 12/10, which actually would have been lethal with the exalted trigger. So with a slightly different sequence of events, this could actually have been lethal already. All right. We're still brainstorming here. And it was indeed Vines of the Vastwood that Sam picked up there. As he passes the turn back to Mika, one taps and draws another card, but we couldn't quite see what it was. Playing a Polluted Delta.
And coming in with the Reveler. And there's the young Pyromancer.
Yeah, making sure that there's at least one blocker available. We see Sam's card in hand is Invigorate alongside Divines of Vastwood and a Scale Up. So at this point, you have to ask yourself, when does this become lethal? Unfortunately, young Pyromancer extremely good at providing jump blockers.
Yep.
Even if the Lightning Bolt cannot take out the Noble Hierarch, it can very much create a 1/1 token to continuously block that Noble Hierarch, no matter how big it gets.
So, Hierarch attacking, and Mikael deciding whether he wants to. He has to jump with his Pyromancer, right? He has no instance he can play anymore.
I mean, our hand overlay says that there's still a Lightning Bolt to be had alongside that Force of Will. So maybe. Nah,
okay,
no blocks. It's always so intense with Infect. All right, no blocks. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, I don't care either. All right, 1 damage. It's such a funny situation, like when you're at a table, like super tense. Do I block? Do I not block? No blocks. Okay, yeah, sure. 1 damage. 12. All right. So now both of Mikael's creatures coming across, playing a 4th land, not quite enough to hardcast Force of Will. And Sam only picking up another land, goes for the scale up here. Now, the unfortunate thing is there's 2 Lightning Bolts in Mikael's hand, both of which will create a blocker and force a response out of Sam. So I don't see how Sam can win this game. All right, as Sam thinks about how to respond to that Lightning Bolt. And he's deciding. He has decided to try and keep his Noble Hierarch around. So now Mikael has to decide whether or not he would like to fight against that Vines of the Vastwood by casting his second copy of Lightning Bolt. And looks like he would. So I have to imagine that now there's an Invigorate coming out of Sam. And this looks like so much action, but it all boils down to Mikael loses 1 token and Sam is hellbent.
Yep.
And now, even if Mikael draws a land, that's still a good draw for him, as at that point he can hardcast Force of Will, sitting pretty with 7 power in play. What a bummer. What a bummer for Sam, as he's facing down 7 power, and it's to chump block the Bedlam Reveler, but this leaves him with no creatures, and he will almost certainly face lethal next turn.
Yeah.
Right. And that does it for game 1. Sam scoops up his cards as both players are headed towards the sideboards, and we can do the same. We can take a look at these players' deck lists. For you at home, they are on Cardboard Live. So you can click on the little icons on the player's facial area. There are little, card icons, which if you can click on them, you will see the entire deck list of each player. And let's move through Sam's sideboard first, as he's the one that needs to catch up here.
Yes. So the copy of Flusterstorm interaction is good. So cheap interaction.
Yeah, seems good. What about Grafdigger's Cage?
Probably not.
No. There's nothing that it stops out of Grixis Delver, is there? Pithing
Well,
Needle
it would stop the Arcanist, right?
Oh, very true, yeah. Pithing Needle doesn't do anything either. Surgical Extraction, not the type of card you're looking for in this matchup.
I'm sorry, Surgical against non-combo decks, just...
Yeah, no. Alright, then we have 3 Swords to Plowshares. Seems like a solid card in a matchup where your opponent is playing these potent creatures. 2 Veil of Summer seem insanely good against blue counter magic as well as black discard spells. 1 Rest in Peace is a nice piece of interaction if you're looking to fight Bedlam Reveler and Dread Horde Arcanist, but not sure if it's worth fighting that fight. 1 Sylvan Library is probably not the position. This is not the matchup where you need this kind of card.
Are you kidding me? I really like this here. Because you saw the scenario where both players are just like, okay, we have 1 permanent and we're in top deck mode. Sylvan Library is a card that's just like, yoop, we're back in.
So you like Sylvan Library against a deck that plays a 1 mana 3/2 to pressure you?
Yeah, Sylvan Library is just a solid card.
I'm not sure.
I mean, if it combines it with removal, he can be a bit more grindy, which is, maybe what you need in this matchup. Because going fast, it's going to be tough going fast against a deck like Grixis Delver, where they have so much interaction and denial.
All right, so maybe Sam will bring this one in.
I don't know, call me crazy, but I like it. But that's maybe because I really like Sylvan Library as a card. That's fine.
One additional Force of Will, as there's 0 in the main deck, and then throwing things out, 2 Force of Vigor and 1 Teferi Time Reveler. I like the Time Reveler, but I'm not sure if this is the place for it. But shutting down interaction from Mika's side of the board also seems worth it.
Yeah.
So now on the other side of things, we have 1 Mystic Sanctuary. That does not quite seem like this is not the matchup where you need to regrow your value cards. 1 Dread of Night, no wild creatures. Pyroblast seems like a great card to fight through all these counter spells of Sam's. Surgical Extraction, this, while you might classify Infight as a combo deck, it's not the kind of combo deck that you can disrupt by having Surgical Extraction. Braid is just another solid piece of interaction if you feel like you are too low on removal. Given the 4 copies of Lightning Bolt and 2 Fatal Pushes in Mika's deck, I don't think that's the case here. Maybe a single Braid can help, or
probably
alongside against command. That's also in the sideboard. Painful Truths, maybe a bit slow, and Plague Engineer seems absolutely juicy in making sure that either Glistener Elf or
Noble Hierarch,
or Blighted Agent.
What creature type is Blighted Agent?
Good question.
Let's look that up.
Blighted Agent is, I think it's human.
It barely looks like a human, to be honest.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's a human rogue. We just
it is a human.
Confirmation of that. Yeah.
So what is wrong with that face?
So yeah, I don't know.
That does not look like a human. Or is he wearing a mask or something?
I think he is.
Okay, but then still, look at those arms, man.
He does not lift.
Yeah, he does. He has 2 arms. I mean, 4 in that sense. All right. Anyways.
All right. So, yeah, that was the card we were talking about. Plague Engineer, definitely worthy of an inclusion here. All right. As we move forward through our top 8, we already covered our quarterfinal matches, and now we are in the semifinals.
Yeah.
And then last one will be the next one. That's the grand finals. And the winner of the finals will actually be invited to Players Tour Copenhagen.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Pretty big deal.
Yeah, especially from a Legacy tournament.
Yeah. Qualifying for the Players Tour by playing Legacy is something that you do not get to do often.
Mm-hmm.
But you do get to do it at all of the Card Market Series events in 2020.
Yeah.
You go there, play some Legacy, you win the tournament. You do not only get a trophy, you also get a Players Tour invitation.
How long does it take to walk from Paris to Copenhagen?
We looked that up earlier. I think it was 230 hours.
Okay, there you go.
So if you want to go straight from Paris to the Players Tour in Copenhagen, you do have time to walk there. Just make sure to put in some stops for you to eat and stuff.
Yeah. Spicy's deck, we saw definitely the high alert deck in game 1. Or game 3, the first match we
round
streamed.
3, round 3. We saw a nice spicy Walls deck featuring High Alert and Arcadis, playing Wall of Omens and Wall of Blossoms to make sure that you have a steady stream of 0/4 creatures that draw you a card.
About the chat, they're saying that the Badlands is not visible on the visual here. That is correct, because that Mystic Sanctuary in the main deck should actually be a Badlands, and there's only one Mystic Sanctuary in the entire 75, and that is in the sideboard.
Oh, okay.
So the Mystic Sanctuary you see in the main deck is actually a Badlands.
Yeah. Glad that we got that cleared up. Yep. So, what do you think? How much does this matchup change post-board? Do you think that the interaction that Infect can bring in the form of Veil of Summer and Flusterstorm and potentially that Force of Will, is that enough for Infect to try and fight through all of that removal and all of those counterspells from Grixis?
Sorry, come again?
I just wanted to get your evaluation of this matchup post-board, because pre-board it seems that Grixis Delver just has too much interaction for Infect to keep up, and I'm not sure if that changes post-board or if it's just the same matchup.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to see, right? I mean, Infect can be very fast as well, but I mean, Grixis probably even adds more removal, so it is still very depending on the hand, since there's so much interaction, it's hard to say. All right.
It looks like we got a bit, our camera got a bit displaced there.
Yeah.
Oops. We'll get someone to fix that.
And this wasn't even the weather that did this.
Yeah, not the storm this time. We'll try to get this fixed. All right. Should be fixed soon, hopefully. All right. We see Mika already taking a mulligan. And Sam happy with the 7. Sam obviously on the play for game 2 here, since, he lost the first game.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like Mika considering a second mulligan. All right, nobody considering anything anymore. But we do still get the hand overlay. I hope the black screen means that we're fixing the slight displacement of the camera.
Yeah.
Because right now we cannot see the poison counter.
We need to see that poison counter.
Yeah,
it's vital that we see that poison counter.
Most of the time it'll go from 0 to 10 real quick. In fact, it's another deck like John where it was a part of the Legacy format when I first started watching Legacy, which must have been like maybe 6-7 years ago, when SCG still did one-day main events. And you started watching Legacy, and Infect was
Probe was still a card back then, right?
Yeah, Probe was still a card.
That is huge for Infect. Hey, there's some legs and some hands.
Yeah.
Is that an adventure token?
It looks like one. All right. Right now we're seeing Sam's hand. I mean, nothing against Sam's hand, but
The wind must be really strong there.
The wind fixing the camera. All right, it is better. Still a bit tilted to Sam's side, but maybe Sam needs some.
Yes,
Sam
he needs some extra
yeah.
power here.
He needs a boost. He's down 0-1. He needs a boost. So let's give him some more space on camera. All right. Interestingly enough, Mika brought in Painful Truths, and I can see the reasoning for it. I just was not sure if this is the matchup to do it.
Hey, if Sam is bringing in Sylvan Library, then all power to Miguel for bringing in Painful Truths. All right, looks like the camera's fixed now.
Yeah, Painful Truths is a card that's very useful when you trade a lot one for one, right? If you get to remove your opponent's cards with Fatal Push and Lightning Bolt and Thoughtseize, then you kind of need to refuel your own cards in some way. And that's exactly what Painful Truths does in this spot. So Mika kind of transitioning into more of a control-y deck. All right, turn 2 from Sam, playing an Inkmoth Nexus, passing the turn, and Volcanic Island being played for Mika. And an end of turn Brainstorm for Sam. Not a lot of pressure going on from Mika's side of things here, but we do see a lot of not a lot of interaction actually currently. There's only the Force of Will, I think. All right. As Sam is still thinking about what to put back with the Brainstorm, obviously only really putting back one card since the other card gets picked up for the draw step. Another Inkmoth Nexus, and Inkmoth Nexus is one of the more potent threats in the Infect deck. So now Sam animating that Inkmoth Nexus, and this already forces a decision out of Mika. Does he do anything about this? From their body language, it seems like they're not doing anything about this. Mika is not doing anything about this, so 2 Infect there and a Glistener Elf to follow that up.
So yeah, about this seemingly weird Reveler play being cast, we are aware of it. There is nothing that we can do from our position right now. So
we have informed.
Yes, we have informed people on site. Spamming the chat while being very fun is not anything that we can do about this right now. So let's just hope it.
Judges are aware, and they are the ones who can decide if it's too late to do something about it, if it's still appropriate to do something about it. The judges can decide if it's appropriate to review videos on Twitch or anything else. So let's leave that up to them and focus on the game at hand, because mistakes are easy to make. Mistakes are real easy to make under pressure. I have, in tournaments without coverage, I have committed the same game rule violation 3 times. Like I think it was an Esper Tokens deck back in the day.
Yeah.
Everyone makes mistakes, and it's very easy to do these even without intention. So let's leave this up to the professionals that are educated to do so, and focus on the Ponder that Mika has just put onto the stack, revealing a Delver, a Brainstorm, and a land. And it looks like Mika is about to keep them on top, because that Delver might be the source of pressure that he's missing to at least force Sam to be a bit more aggressive about his plays.
Let's see.
All right. Is that Ponder still resolving?
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Oh, you see the 3 cards lying there. Ponder and Brainstorm are such hard cards to resolve in Legacy. Anyone who has played high stakes Legacy for like more than 3 rounds in a row will know that. It's just so hard focusing on what to do with these cards and resolving them correctly. All right. Still in the process of resolving that Ponder. How do these hands right now line up against each other? We have the Plague Engineer that is actually kind of uncontested. Do you know if Inkmoth Nexus has a creature type once it's animated?
I would assume it does.
Funnily enough, I think it doesn't, but I'm not sure.
It has to, right?
No, it doesn't have to. Let's check. I mean, we can.
Because it's an artifact creature, right?
Yeah, it's an artifact creature.
That makes sense.
Even artifact creatures can have subtypes.
Yeah.
Most of them are constructs.
Yeah, exactly.
But
I know that, for instance, Colonnade becomes an elemental, for instance.
Yeah, and Mutavault becomes
any.
A changeling, and also a lizard, and a warrior, and a knight. All right.
So it becomes Blinkmoth, right?
We moved into Sam's turn, who is now resolving a ponder on his own, while Mika added a Delver of Secrets to the board. Delver of Secrets, finally a source of pressure for Mika that will force Sam to be a bit more proactive about his plays, because otherwise Sam could just swing for two, do nothing. Sam is not forced to pressure Mika unless Mika pressures him first.
Yeah.
Although, like, Sam already is pressuring Mika, he's just not forced to go for the combo kill.
There's the Invigorate.
So we see Sam going for the Invigorate. And Mika can either try to force that, or he just lets it resolve. And Sam with the cold read.
The Berserk.
Going for the Berserk. That has to force the Force of Will out of Mika's hand, obviously. Yep. Exiling Brainstorm. So Mika goes down to 21, although life total's obviously not very relevant. And that leaves Mika at 8 poison. Because of that, obviously the Noble Hierarch still has Exalted.
Yeah. So Brainstorm being the reveal here for the Delver. Flipping it.
Sam is sitting there with the Daze in hand, alongside the Vines of Vastwood. Daze, kind of an unfortunate one here, as it is fairly unlikely to become relevant unless Mika would go for the Plague Engineer right here, but that would actually just leave him dead on board.
Yeah.
If he names Elf.
Yeah.
And if he names next interesting question, can Plague Engineer name Blinkmoth? Because I think, and this is I'm not a judge or anything, but I think you can only name creature types that are printed on a card, and I'm not sure if there is a Blinkmoth. So yeah, I don't think there's a single creature card printed with Blinkmoth on it, so I don't know if you can name that. It's the same. I think it's the same thing where you cannot name. If you have to name cards, you cannot name tokens. But I'm not. Okay, chat is way faster than I could ever be.
Of course.
Apparently, you can name Blinkmoth.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
My Plague Engineer game is not up to date. I haven't played with Plague Engineer a whole lot. And now Mika is going for a Lightning Bolt on the Glistener Elf, to which Sam has the appropriate response of Vines of Vastwood. And should Mika fetch in response now to maybe Brainstorm again or anything, then that Daze in Sam's hand would actually pick up some relevance again, because with the fetch activation on the stack, he could then Daze the Lightning Bolt or Daze any other spell.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, if Mika was to fetch anyways, he would probably cast another spell, so he could also just Daze that. Alright, we still see the Pyroblast in Mika's hand. Sam, this game, not really fighting with counter magic. So that Pyroblast so far not really having any application.
Okay, there's the draw for Mikael, and looks like he's going to play a Ponder. All right, let's look at the top 3 and put them in order.
The Ponder inferior to Brainstorm here, simply because there are multiple cards in Mikael's hand that are not suited for the situation. Inkmoth Nexus not affected by Pyroblast, and Painful Truths a bit too slow when you're already on 8 poison facing down 2 potentially lethal attackers. A third Inkmoth Nexus coming down, activating one of the other ones.
Yeah.
And now Sam is forced to make a decision. Should he activate 1 or 2 of the Inkmoth Nexuses? He decides to go for 2.
Yeah.
Mikael obviously goes for the Wasteland onto one of them, and now Sam goes for Vines of Westwood, and that makes for an easy kill.
Yeah.
And that's like the match tied up 1-1.
So we will be moving into game 3 here.
Yeah. We're actually moving into game 3. Now, seeing that post-board game, which cards do you think Sam might take out? And specifically, I would like to talk about Akko. Do you think Akko has a place in a matchup where post-board both players have a lot of counter magic and Pyroblasts and Dazes? Because
especially the Pyroblast being able to deal with that Akko as well after it already came down.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm a bit not sure. What do you think? Did he take it already out for the second game? He will be on the draw now.
Yeah, on the draw it seems even worse because you're already at a mana disadvantage. And I just saw an Akko in the sideboard. So Sam did take out at least one Akko there. And right now put in a Veil of Summer in the sideboard again. Probably a concession to being on the draw, making it much worse against Thoughtseize.
Yes.
Mikael can just Thoughtseize on the first turn of the game, making that Veil of Summer much, much worse. Right. Thinking about it again, I know these spots. When you're like in a high pressure match and you think about that last slot, like, maybe on the draw this card is a bit worse than on the play. But in the end, you present a 60-card deck, and after you have finished sideboarding, you should be done with it. You should not spend more mental capacity on sideboarding. You should play your match with the 60 cards that you presented, and then die. Yes.
And then die. Okay.
Of course.
No, that sounds reasonable. Yeah, so back to Grixis being on the play. It is actually pretty big in this match, of course, and also depending whether he has a turn 1 Thoughtseize. Okay, it looks like there's some discussion going on the floor.
Maybe that does have to do with the Reveler thing we mentioned earlier, or is it about the deck legality? I'm not sure. Maybe it's about sideboards? I don't believe we're looking at a deck check right now.
Okay. We're also just waiting for an update, guys, so bear with us while they're checking what is going on here.
Yep. I think one thing that we can discuss is judges and the work they do. Judges are the people at tournaments that you can call if you have any issue with your match, if you have any rules question, if you have anything going on at all. And these judges work the entire day. They might have a break in between, they might have 2 breaks, but in the end, it's a work day for them. And they do their very best also to help us cover this entire event. You know, for the top 8, they type in the hand cards, they help type in, no, they don't actually help us type in the deck list, but, you know, they do what they can.
They do the live totals as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just to help us broadcast this event. And as any human, they cannot spot everything. So if anyone feels like they need to blame judges for these kinds of things happening when we don't catch, an illegal play, maybe anything else happening in the game that shouldn't happen, then I don't think that's the appropriate response to something like that happening, because these judges are working their entire day.
Yes.
And they are working so that all of us can enjoy Magic in the best way possible, and that is sitting in front of our computers at home or here, covering these matches.
Yeah.
And so these judges are helping us do that, and I think for that they deserve a lot of respect.
Absolutely.
They stay focused all day. They try their best, or they do their best, and help the tournament run smoothly as well as coverage. So yeah, a big shout out to all of our judges in Paris working their hardest.
Yeah.
As we see our players shuffling up for Game 3,
So what eventually happened is that the judge reviewed the tape, and the conclusion was that it appears that he did indeed underpaid, but he could have easily paid it on the next turn, so there was not a huge advantage gained since the match was already kind of decided at that point. So we are going to assume here that it was just an honest mistake.
All right. So, yeah, obviously judges can also... It's always tough because judges don't always have all the knowledge necessary to assess the situation correctly, but they can use context to make rulings. And in this case, it would have been very easy for Mika to cast that Reveler next turn, and then the game probably would have went in a similar fashion.
Yes.
It's obviously easy to say that.
It's unfortunate it happened.
Yeah,
but the point is, it happened.
Yeah.
There isn't much we can do about it anymore. The judges have made their call. We also have to respect the judges for doing this. They are used to doing this. They do this a lot. So let's just continue. Both players 1-1 here as we move into our minute 47 already of this final. Fortunately, it's untimed, so there will be no.
There's no sudden death. Sudden death almost always not featuring the Infect deck.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like both players are happy with their opening 7, I think. So we will get our judges to put that into our hand overlay right now. It looks like Mika is starting out with 3 lands, a Force of Negation, a Dreadhorde Arcanist. And on Sam's side, I see at least 1 Daze, some lands, and Invigorate. Some stuff like that. Stuff to expect out of the Infect deck.
Are you rooting for anything in specific?
I
feel like you're rooting a bit for Infect.
Yeah. Infect is a cool deck. Also, it's a deck that I have not seen in a while. So, yeah, I'm rooting for Infect. Also, it's kind of the underdog in this matchup, I would say. Between Thoughtseize, Fatal Push, Force of Negation, Plague Engineer, all these cards, Infect can have a very rough time. So, yeah, I'm rooting for Infect.
It's the underdog.
Yeah.
We know that Delver decks can rule Legacy.
Yeah, totally. What about you? Which deck do you like better?
I'm sorry, I'm still going to go for Delver because I just think Delver is such an amazing deck. It is the core of Legacy. It is exactly what Legacy does. It's about cheap threat, a lot of interactions, and yeah, I just like that. In fact, it's a bit too combo-y for my taste personally, but that doesn't mean that I don't respect both players here. So yeah, I'm just hoping to see a great game of Magic. Regardless of who wins, it's all good.
That's a very political answer.
Yes, it is.
Nice. All right. Good job, Robert. Good job.
Are you proud?
Very, very. From Sam's side, we see a hand that can kill very quickly, but also a hand that gets picked apart by Eternal Thoughtseize.
Only one actual threat here.
But then again, there's around 11 other threats remaining in the deck. 4 Glistener, 3 Blighted Agent, and 4 Inkmoth Nexus.
But it's pretty huge here that Mikael has the turn 1 Thoughtseize.
Yeah. Against these kinds of decks, you always have to take a calculated risk where if they have the Thoughtseize, this hand becomes much, much worse. But they only have the Thoughtseize. I can't tell you the actual numbers. I think there's 3 Thoughtseizes in Mikael's deck.
Yeah, 3 copies.
Yeah, 3
and
Thoughtseizes.
None in the sideboard.
So it's like maybe around 35% that he has a turn 1 Thoughtseize.
I'm going to take your word for that.
I actually have no idea. Someone can calculate that at home with some hypergeometric calculator. And in the other 60, 70%, your hand is decently well set up to beat interaction with Binds of Vastwood and a Daze. So I think you have to keep that hand. You're not ecstatic about it, but you're also not like super sad about being dealt this hand.
No, absolutely.
And now Mika gets to decide what to take with the Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
Depending on his own hand, goes for the Blinded Age.
Yeah, is that signaling that you don't have a lot of removal?
Not necessarily. It can also just be the sign of Mika seeing that Sam does not have any other creatures. And Sam immediately fetching away the Misty Rainforest kind of spells trouble for Mika, because
does he have
the elf? No, it's
Noble
Hierarch. All right. So Noble Hierarch, obviously no effect.
Yeah, Sam was hoping to find here.
Yeah, Noble Hierarch, not really the card you need with this kind of combo-y hand, where you're much more looking to get an infect creature on the board. So that's kind of good news for Mika. Also, that Dreadhorde Arcanist currently not facing any removal, but if you do deploy it this turn, it's probably going to get dazed. So instead, Mika just passes the turn back, probably going for that end of turn Brainstorm. How much do you like dazing the end of turn Brainstorm? Is that a play you can make?
Well, because you force him to crack the fetch there? Or?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think there will most likely be better spots for daze, so I personally wouldn't do it, but I'm just interested in hearing different opinions on the matter. As, you know, Brainstorm's
it's
power largely comes from fetching.
Aggressive play, and daze is mostly there to protect your own threats, right? If you're the infector, you care so much about your creatures connecting that it's just not worth it to start dazing your opponents.
Yeah. Right, so Mika putting back 2 cards and then most likely fetching them away. No, maybe he likes both of these cards.
Okay.
I mean, no reason to fetch on end step.
No, you can fetch in upkeep.
You can fetch.
No shock lands to be found here.
Yeah. Decides to do so, getting not a second volcanic island, his first volcanic island. All right. And then moving into the draw step, gets to draw another card. And maybe this turn is the turn to deploy the Dreadhorde Arcanist.
He has his third land, right?
Yeah, he does. There should be another Polluted Delta waiting.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
And it is indeed the turn for Dreadhorde Arcanist. I wonder, is there a lethal draw for Sam here? Like, if he picks up a Berserk, is that lethal or something? Because often the infect that can kill out of nowhere, but not just a second copy of Daze, and the second copy of Daze does not strike me as particularly strong here, especially in the face of a Thoughtseize that's about to be cast.
Yeah.
Because once your opponent knows that there's 2 Dazes waiting, they can properly sequence around that, and they will make those Dazes really bad.
So Ponder here from Mikael, looking at the top 3. Putting it anywhere than drawing a card, or shuffling if he wants to. We see a Delver, a Ponder, and looks like a land. Did I see that correctly?
I think so, but not 100% there. Brazen Borrow is one of the things that these adventure cards have done is they put cards into a format where the cards themselves would never be strong enough to see play. In this case, Brazen Borrow is basically a Disperse, and Disperse would never see play in Legacy, right? But if you tack on a free Divination that also draws a 3/1 flyer, then suddenly you get to play with that card, and that's kind of neat. Playing
Divination?
With these...
Divination?
You draw 2 cards. You draw 1 Disperse and 1 3/2 flyer. 3/1 flyer.
Oh, in that sense. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, all adventure cards just are this very weird thing where they do so much for so little, basically.
Yep.
And obviously, Brazen Borer being the mythic rare here, also kind of signaling that Wizards thought, hey, this is likely the most powerful one we are going to print, or the most pushed one.
No, you don't understand, Robert.
They are more
mythic
complex.
rarity.
Sorry.
Mythic rarity does not imply.
It implies complexity.
Higher, yeah, it implies complexity. And how complex is the 2-mana bounce spell and the 3-mana flyer? I mean, I can't. It's about, whenever I see the card, it's so hard to understand. Like, how much mana do I pay for bouncing? How much mana do I pay? For, can the creature? I have no idea.
You know what's also complex? Carnage Tyrant, very complex creature.
Yeah, extremely.
Mythic complexity right there.
All right, as we see a Thoughtseize being resolved by Mika.
Yeah, any other adventure creatures made it into Legacy? I don't think so, right? The Murderous Rider, obviously too slow. Murder is not going to do it in... I do like the Giant Killer, Chop Down.
that's cool,
I like that card. I just like it. Probably not good enough for Legacy.
No, definitely not.
But it's just such a sweet card. Limited All-Star. So another Thoughtseize here from Mikael, picking the Vines of Fast Food. And the turn goes back to Sam, who finds a Pendelhaven. Bone Crush Giant, that's actually not a bad card. 2 mana for Shock is a... Yeah, they play 3 copies of...
Once again, it's a rate where you would never play that card on its own, but tacking on a Free Divination is nice.
Yeah. And Bone Crusher Giant is, you could say that that's an undercosted creature. It's like a 4/3 for 3 with a good ability stacked on top.
Yep. All right. Yeah, and talking about adventure creatures and complexity, highlighting mythic rarity, I mean, have you taken a look at Fae of Wishes? That's a rare.
That's a very complex card.
No, it's a very easy card. I mean, 4 mana and you choose a non-creature card you own from outside the game. That's just intuitive. I just grab any card. Oh no, wait, it's not.
It's not a creature.
And then I discard some cards to return. Yeah, I mean that is a rare. That's easy.
That's an easy rare.
Brazen Borer, bounce and a flyer.
That can only block creatures with 5.
I don't understand. What language are you talking?
Mythic language as well.
Yeah, mythic language and rare language. That's what we're talking about. As Mike increases the pressure here, the Delver has been added to the board, and Sam kind of in a rough spot without an infect creature. 2 blockers on Mika's side of the board, but also Mika respecting Sam's hand by not attacking with the Dreadhorde Arcanist, saying, I don't have enough removal for your Noble Hierarch. If you pump it, I cannot attack with my Dreadhorde Arcanist here.
And there we see the Swords of Plowshare from Sam.
And so, in the end, Swords of Plowshare's got a clean 1-for-1 trade with that Dreadhorde Arcanist, leaving both players at roughly the same amount of resources.
Yeah.
And now, yes, I like it. Noble Hierarch getting in there, hitting for 1, down to 13. I mean, becoming immense is no joke.
It never has been. Back to Mikael, draws a card for the turn. No Delver flip there, unfortunately for him.
All right, so that has to be good news for Sam. And now this has to be bad news for Sam. That's an Ancestral Recall for Mikael. Not quite an Ancestral Recall, since he does also 3 life.
So, Painful Truth from Battle for Zendikar, right? Yeah.
One of the few Battle for Zendikar cards that made any impact on any constructed format.
Harsh on Battle for Zendikar.
Yeah. Like in Standard, obviously, you had some playables.
I'm sure that hope that a Standard set has impact on the Standard format.
Yeah, Gideon Ally of Zendikar was one of the most obnoxious cards that were in Standard at the time. But apart from that, set was, well, let's say...
I mean, Ulamog is in there. Ulamog.
Yeah, true. Yeah. All right.
So
the days trying to get that mana out of Mika. Maybe the second days to try and get Mika to tap out to try and go for a combo kill. But how are you even combo killing this turn if your opponent already has the Delver in play? And You don't know about the Force of Will.
So it looks like they're discussing something with the judges, but
I think they're discussing some timing things.
Okay.
No, Daze just gets paid, so that Daze should be in the graveyard then. I mean, the land got tapped for Daze, right? So that Daze should reasonably be resolved.
all right. So Daze is resolved after Mikael pays 1. But that means that the Spade Filters is still on the stack. So Sam can respond with another Daze, putting the Tropical Island back into his hand. Mikael says, I'm going to fetch and pay 1. So what was the reason for Sam to make this line?
Probably to try and get Mikael tapped out at least for 1 turn, because Sam realizes that he will not be able to win the long game with his opponent just drawing 3 cards. And I think he's kind of, in that game plan, he's kind of happy about Mikael putting Ponder on top of his deck, because that card is not a Force of Will that counters for free. So now Mikael has 1 piece of counter magic available, which is Force of Will in his hand. And if Sam can kill through that, he can take this game. But if Mikael gets to untap again, I don't see how Sam will win this. All right, yeah, Mikael snap blocking that Noble Hierarch. I love it. Realizing that if he does not block there is a reasonable chance that he's dead, which he would have been, because Sam can just cast Invigorate for 3 mana and
become immense.
But as it stands, with that young Pyromancer being resolved and no unblockable threat being on the battlefield, I think Sam is starting to lose the grip on this game.
Yeah, especially that Painful Truce was just pretty big for Mikael to fill up his hand and draw into more cards. We see he drew into more removal, he drew into a threat in the terms of Brazen Borer, some card selection from Ponder, and even another copy of Force of Will.
Yeah, I think Sam double dazing there was real nice, because it gives Mikael the opportunity to commit a mistake, which is not blocking with the Delver of Secrets. Or might even give him the opportunity to draw towards a lethal out or something. Although I can't think of one right now. It just forces Mikael to tap out. Yeah, so an Inkmoth Nexus or a Blighted Agent would be of good use here, since both are unblockable. Inkmoth Nexus just got a lot worse with that Wasteland being deployed.
And Lightning Bolts can, of course, be stopped by the pump spells, but Brazen Borer is still very able to bounce that creature.
Yep. So Brazen Borer at the ready against any shenanigans involving Blighted Agent, Wasteland at the ready for any shenanigans involving Inkmoth Nexus. Seems like all angles are covered here.
And of course, young Pyromancer spewing out an army of tokens. So the draw here from Sam is a crop rotation. That is interesting. Okay, he's buffing the Glistener Elf and going to combat.
Yep, going in probably forces a block out of Mikael. Right, so we get another turn for Mikael. With 7 mana on the battlefield, it must, there's a lot going on here. Crop rotation, sacrificing the Pendelhaven that was targeted by the Wasteland, gets the okay from Mikael.
Okay.
Now, this is a tough, this is a dangerous spot for Mikael, because he has already made his land drop for the turn. So no way to Wasteland that Inkmoth Nexus this turn. And no way to block it either. So if Sam has a shot at this game, it is now with that Inkmoth.
Yeah, because Brazen Boar is unable to bounce the activated Blink 1 Nexus.
Yeah, unfortunately, we see there's a Force of Will that can be hardcast alongside a Lightning Bolt.
Okay, so first Sam is going to Brainstorm.
This is exciting. If Brainstorm finds... what should it find? Like a Flusterstorm or something. That's a Daze. That's not enough. Another Invigorate is...
It's true that Brazen can also...
Another Invigorate is enough.
No, because the Brazen can block the creature.
Oh!
Because it does not gain Trample, of course.
No. Oh. That's so sad. Another Invigorate would have been enough to fight through Lightning Bolt plus Force of Will.
So is Brazen Boar actually the only card here that is saving him? Fatal
Oh no! Oh no! He said no blocks!
No blocks?
No blocks! Oh no! Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh my goodness! He said no blocks! Robert! He said no blocks!
So there's the Lightning Bolt.
No!
Okay, makes another token, gets responded to by Invigorate.
Oh, no.
Now we'll likely see the Force of Will coming down.
Oh no! Poor Mikael! No! Oh! Oh no! Mikael! Oh no! I think Mikael thinks that the Brazen Boar can bounce the Inkmoth Nexus.
Which is not possible.
No!
It's not possible.
Oh no!
Yeah, okay. Sam knows this too.
Oh,
Illegal
poor
targets.
Mikael. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. What a finish. This is exciting.
This is rough. This is just rough.
Oh wow.
This is rough.
Holy moly. This is so sick. Oh wow. Brutal. And Mikael knows the spot he's in. He has already seen the becoming.
And by doing this, he also put himself out of Force of Will territory, right? So even that...
No, he can untap the lands. It's an illegal...
Oh, yeah, right. It's an illegal target.
It's just an illegal target. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Brutal. Oh, like, yeah, I'm rooting for Infect here. It's just... I know how Mikael must feel after this game.
It is very unfortunate.
Oh no!
And there's the handshake from
Mikael. What a finish!
Yeah, this is how it is.
Oh, and he had second Wasteland. He just couldn't do it because he already Wastelanded. It all started with Wastelanding the Pendelhaven. Yeah. Had he not Wastelanded the Pendelhaven, Sam had no chance to do anything. Had Mikael forced the crop rotation. Oh my goodness! Oh. Oh!
You okay there, buddy?
Yes.
You seem to be very happy that it in fact won.
I'm not sure if I'm happy. I'm just shook. This is... Oh!
All right.
If he forced the crop rotation, if he didn't waste...
we're way past that. We're way past that.
If he just...
The moment he said no blocks.
Yeah.
The moment he said no blocks.
Oh, wow. What a game.
In fact, moving on to the finals after a match of that almost took 68 minutes against two pretty fast decks.
But super interactive decks as well here. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Yeah.
I can't get over this, Robert. I can't get over this. There was a young Pyromancer. There was no chance for Sam to win the... Oh my...
Yeah.
Can we have a replay? Can we have like a slow motion replay?
You can watch it all again tonight.
No blocks. No. No, actually, yeah, you can watch all of this again. We always upload all of our VODs to YouTube, where you can watch this again. Oh my goodness. Oh.
I mean, calm down. Calm down. All right. Oof. Yeah, okay, Sam, moving on to the finals. In fact, in the finals.
Wow. Wow.
Players boarding out here.
yeah, obviously Sam needs to de-sideboard for the finals. And whew, huge congrats also to Mika. Making top 4 is not an easy trait at the Card Market Series. He secured a solid finish. He also secured some leaderboard points for the Power 8 leaderboard. And he also obviously secured a solid amount of cash for his Card Market account. So big congrats to Mika there. But also, wow, what a game from Sam. What a game from Sam Dams.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Massively piloting his Infect deck to victory.
Strong. What a game. What a game 3.
And
yes.
plenty of more where that came from in the finals. I'm sure we'll see more Infects. I'm not sure what the other deck is in the finals yet.
Yeah, we're still waiting to get confirmation on that, but we do know that there is an Infect deck in the finals, and with quite the pilot. All right, wow. Whew. So yeah, we're obviously getting set up for the finals here. We will most likely have an interview with both players, short, quick interview with both players before the finals begin. Once again, here, have a look at our bracket. We see Infect moving on over Blue Red Delver. We see now Infect moving on over Grixis Delver. So Infect is on to the finals. And now the opponent of Infect in the finals will either be the Eldrazi aggro deck or the Slowco control deck.
Yes, however you want to call it.
And
it looks like we have an interview ready with the winner of this match. So we're just going to go back to the floor and you guys get to enjoy.
Yeah, let's hear it from Sam.
Talking about his deck. And we'll be back later with the finals. Enjoy, guys.
We're back here at Card Market Series Paris with the first finalist of our Legacy main event on Sunday. It's been a very long day, still standing. Congratulations, Sam.
Thank you very much.
That was, as you put it, a very weird game.
Yes.
Yeah,
indeed.
so what just happened there?
The thing is, the first game, I didn't even realize it. He played Bedlam Reveler, and you have to have a certain amount of instant and sorceries in the grave, or is it only sorceries or instants? I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah.
A certain amount of cards in the graveyards, and I wasn't paying attention. I thought, sure, I'm not going to check.
Yes.
And apparently, in game 2, they told us that there was a mistake, so we both got a
warning, procedural error.
Which is for me a bit of a bummer because I always try to play as cleanly as possible. So I was really bummed out, and especially because I think that my options were looking not as bad as they were before the Bedlam Reveler resolved. So
right.
I was thinking that if I lose this one, I'll feel bad. But in game 2, I think don't believe there were mistakes have been made in game 2. So in game 3, I don't remember exactly, but he made another game violation, which I pointed out. And then afterwards, he made a third game.
Right, and then the judge basically had to.
And then I was thinking, I really don't like winning this way, but
but
I have to communicate it. So
the thing is, it is part of the game, and of course, you want to have like an equal playing field for everybody. And the only way to ensure that is if somebody messes up, you have to give them infractions.
I understand because I really don't believe my opponent was cheating. No way. I think it was a fair player. But
it's been a very long day.
Yeah, it is. It's been a long day, and the rules are the rules. If you start making a lot of mistakes, it can be considered cheating, and you have 3 chances. Right. So I think
it's a bit different than like a more relaxed environment, like a Friday Night Magic or something like that. I mean, we are playing for big prizes here.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so you have to be sharp always.
All right. So you're now out of that match. How are you gonna basically take a step and forget about that match and go into the finals? Like, what's your mindset right now?
I'm probably just going to take a drink. That's always good. Maybe a minute or 2. I don't know how long you will give me.
You got a bit of a break, yes.
Yeah. Just clear the mind. And usually, once I start a new game, it's pretty quickly. The previous game, it's over. So.
Right, so it's like a system reset, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, right. How have you experienced today's weird happenings with us moving from Hall A to Hall B? What was it like for you as a player in the main event and doing pretty well in that event?
Well, it's been great. I really love the Magic Card Market Series. This is my 3rd one. I think I've done here, but I really enjoyed the the environment here, and especially I like the stream because I like the stream because a lot of tournaments are stopping with streaming, and I really, for me, that's a pity because I really enjoy playing on camera and then afterwards seeing it myself and then evaluating did I do good or not, and I really hope that they will continue streaming because it's. I love it.
I can say that I've been booked for another event. So next event we're going to have another stream.
Okay, great.
All right, so best of luck in the finals.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Guys, that was actually my cue word. Yes. If you want to let us know how to improve the stream, every once in a while there's a little chatbot telling you guys, hey, you can take part in a survey and let us know what you think about the stream. If you do so, you can win a €10 voucher for Card Market. So it's not just because you want to be nice with us, although we would appreciate that a lot. It's also you can win something by doing so. Apart from the stream, we are also in a variety of other places. There are a couple of links below this Twitch stream. So you can also check us out on YouTube, on Instagram, on Facebook. And you should definitely join the Facebook group because the Facebook group is where we post mostly all of the news about the Card Market series, where you know if we are running out of tickets and you really have to pre-register if you want to come to an event and other important information like that. And also in the weeks after this tournament, we're going to be uploading more contents because we weren't even able to send everything over the course of the weekend. We're still rendering videos like our extended interview with Svetlin Velinov, the artist that was here on site and only shows up to a Magic tournament every 3 years. So that's a cool exclusive thing that we're going to be having for you on our YouTube channel in the upcoming weeks. So please subscribe there and give us your support. With that, we're taking a short break. Both of our finalists, one of them is already 100% in the finals. The other, I think, is still playing. They're going to take a little break. And then after that, we're going to be right back here with the conclusion of our Legacy main event, Sunday's main event at the Card Market Series in Paris.
I'm joined here by Kareem, the head of Majestic Games, and he's one of our vendors here, and he also helped introduce us to this venue. So we'll ask him some questions about that a little later. What is it like to be a vendor at these events? Like, could you describe the process? Players are familiar with like how you come here and play in a tournament, but maybe are less familiar with the process by which vendors come here and what they're aiming to do.
So first of all, you have to register, you have to take a booth here, and then for the process you have to be careful of all the products you will provide to the customers, to the players. Basically we have a checklist with everything we need to have on site. Sleeves, obviously sleeves because it's something that is mandatory to have for players, but also all type of cards, so singles, sealed boosters, obviously also. So it's like a small shop, but on site during the event.
What cards do people tend to like buying at these events? Do they tend to go for more expensive cards, or do they tend to buy like more bulk products?
There is a lot of different formats. So, for example, we have a lot of standard cards for the format standard, but also modern cards. Obviously, we have also some billions. So the main products will be for Legacy will be billions, of course. But you have also with the rotation, you have every time new cards in the formats, new highlights. So it's every time it's a new renewing. So it's difficult to give you one card per format because it's switching at every extension.
Is it important for you as a vendor to have access to a large supply of the new cards from new sets at these events, or do you do most of that business online?
For me, it's quite special because I have a shop in Paris. I make some singles, but not so much. But for this tournament, it's very good to have singles, so I take all my singles and I bring them here.
How important is card market to your shop and to your line of work?
For me, it's quite important. I'm focused more on sealed products, even if I have some unit cards for standard. But basically, it's more focused on sealed products. On MKM, yes. I'm making also a little bit also of Final Fantasy and Pokemon, but I'm more focused on Magic for now. So maybe for the next years we will improve and get more offers for the players.
You helped introduce this venue to Card Market, and you also helped kind of put the staff together for this event. What was that process like?
It's based. It's a long time. I'm in contact with Marco, who is managing all the organized play for Card Market. So I made a lot of big events in Paris, like France Championships, with the help of MKM, with the help of Marco. And every time I say to Marco, can we have a series in Paris? He said, oh, it's not the right time, etc., etc. So last year he said to me that maybe there is an opportunity to make it in Paris. So we take the challenge, and it was a very nice process, and it was a strong partnership. So it's very cool to work together, and also with Tournament Center. So it was a long-term process, but it's an exchange. So it's nice to share the point of views and to share the work together.
And how does this event compare to last year's event here in Paris?
First of all, the venue is bigger than last year. We have more vendors. I think the presentation and all the work around the 3 days of.
Welcome back one last time to the coverage of the Card Market Series in Paris. We made it all the way to the finals. This is the grand final where a player point is on the line. This qualifies you for the Players Tour. And I guess these two guys are a bit nervous at least, because this is one of the very, very few tournaments where you can actually win that qualification in the Legacy tournament. We got Baptiste, one of our finalists. Congratulations on making it this far. How are you feeling going into the finals?
Well,
That's okay, I got it.
Okay, I'm very, very glad I have to play against Sam.
Okay.
Because yeah, we came together over here.
Oh, right, okay.
We only with 3 Belgian people. We know each other very well. We stayed on the same room, so we tested a lot against each other. So whoever wins, it's
no hard feelings afterwards.
No hard feelings. No, we are going back after the tournament together. 3 hours in the car, so.
It sounds like a fun trip already.
Yeah, it is.
You both know each other's stick inside out, I guess.
Yeah.
Who would you say is the favor in this matchup?
I think I'm a little bit favored because I'm on the play, but we tested it and the card Sylvan Library, who he plays 2 of now, is really crushing me. So if he has that card, I lose.
All right.
So,
but I guess since you are friends, it's not going to be the end of the world. All right. So. That's already it. Best of luck in the finals. So, Sam, let's hear from you again. We just had Sam, of course, in the semifinals. Hey, welcome back. Yes, yes. So, did you know that you're going up against your friend in the finals?
No. I was completely focused on my own match, so I had no idea who I was playing against.
All right, so that must be a pleasant surprise.
Of course, yeah. I doubt we will ever have this again, both in the finals of a Magic Card Market Series. So, yeah, I think... probably one of the best tournaments ever for for our
And
team.
how did the third person in your car do at this event? Do you happen to know?
I think he dropped at round 4, but I don't know his standing.
Okay, so he basically gave you mental support.
Exactly. He made sure we had our drinks whenever we needed them, etc., etc.
Right. So it's also his success in a way.
Of course. We're in this together.
So we just heard that you might be like the favorite in this matchup. What do you think? Do you agree with that assessment?
I wouldn't say that I'm favored, no. I think it's 50-50, especially now with the new Miracles build. For Oko, Miracles was quite a good matchup. Now with Oko, it changes quite a lot, so I wouldn't say I'm favored. Probably 50-50, but the problem is that he's on the play, and I'm on the draw, so that makes quite a big difference. And I think, especially before sideboarding, that I will be unfavored, actually, because I have a lot of cards that are very bad in the matchup in the main board, so we'll see.
All right. Thank you very much. Best of luck in the finals, even though it's against your friend. So, guys, you just heard these guys are friends. This is like a story for them. They're going to be telling their children about this. They are getting ready for the finals. It's going to be very friendly atmosphere at the table. I'm 100% certain of that. We just heard both of these players break down the matchup. They seem to agree for the most part, but there was a bit of a disagreement. Let's hear from our commentators for the match. They're going to break it down for you and let you know what they think, who's going to come out on top. So without further ado, let's kick off the finals of the Card Market Series here in Paris.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Card Market Series 2020, our first stop of the year, Paris. Last day of this top. Legacy. It's been a long day for the players, competing through 8 rounds of Swiss.
Yeah, moving between halls in the meantime.
Got a little bit of a storm problem, and we're not just talking about how many storm puns are we going to make, honestly.
But I'm sure we're switching, I'm sure none of our viewers have heard all the storm puns.
All right, that's fair.
So we are not talking about the deck storm, but instead about the actual storm raging over Europe. You know, we here in Berlin experienced a little less of that, but in Paris, it's in full force, and we had to evacuate one of the halls, so we didn't cover round 7. We had to move all of our players, the whole feature match area, so huge shout-outs to all the people making that possible in Paris. But for now, It's finals time. We get to crown our champion today. We do not only get to crown our champion and deliver a trophy to them, we also invite them to Players Tour Copenhagen, which takes place at the end of April.
Yes. Pretty cool, right? Playing Legacy and getting to be qualified for a Players Tour. Very cool.
Yeah, but like you don't get that chance anywhere else, honestly. We offer this at all of our stops throughout the year, all 6 stops. If you come to any of our stops, play Legacy, win the event, go to the Players Tour. I don't think there's another way to qualify for the Players Tour using Legacy.
No?
So, yeah, that's an exclusive.
Maybe in MTG Online, but...
yeah, but those are very rare, I have to say.
Okay.
All right. As for our finals, what decks are we going to see face off here, Robert?
It is going to be, in fact, we saw take 2 games over 1 in where you were...
What a semifinal. If you are only joining now, go watch that semifinal tomorrow on YouTube, or we'll upload it throughout the next week. We have seen this infect list that you see on screen here take down, what was it? Grixis Delver.
It was UR Delver disguised... No, Grixis Delver disguised as UR Delver in our meta game.
Yeah. So now we have Sam Dams with Infect onto the finals, facing off against Snowco, Snow Oko, Slow Oko,
Snow Control,
Slow Control.
4-color Control, Snowco. Yeah, I said it earlier today, and this is kind of... So, Devra Shaman was legal. People wanted to make 4-color decks because we can be greedy and we can play and Leovold and Hymn to Torque and Colahan's Command and Lightning Bolt and Fate of Course and Brainstorm.
If you can play all these cards, why wouldn't you play all of these cards?
Then, on the other hand, Wizards like, no, we don't want this, we're going to ban this. But here's a card called Arkham's Astrolabe. That is basically a Devra Shaman in terms of fixing. It draws you a card, and you can even play it with basics and fix your mana with basics, so you don't even have to worry about Wasteland.
Yeah. Sounds fair.
Yes.
And sounds fair, and this is exactly what we're seeing here. A bit less greedy than what you just described. This is just straight up banned, but still making great use of the Arkham's Astrolabe. Arkham's Astrolabe just does it all for a very cheap cost.
Yes.
It reminds me a lot, if our viewers are familiar with Theros Limited, of the Omens, the enchantments.
Okay.
They're cheap enablers for so many synergies. And it's the same is true for the Astrolabe, where it's a 1-mana artifact that cycles. It's an artifact. It's a snow permanent for something like the Coatl that we also see in this deck list, and it fixes your mana. So it does 3 things at the same time. It's an artifact, it cycles, and it fixes your mana. That's too much for too little of an investment.
Yeah,
or let's maybe not say too much, but definitely a lot.
It enables these decks to do what they want. And of course, being a snow permanent helps giving the Icewind Coatl Death Touch as well.
Yep.
So, and you could do nice value plays like bouncing your own Astro and Arcalabe with the Fairy when there's no other permanent, and play it again to draw 2 cards.
Exactly. So you have this enabler for so many synergies tacked onto a 1-mana spell that only requires you to play basics. Also, making non-snow basics basically unplayable in Modern and Legacy, because if you play basics, you just play snow basics because of Arkham's Astrolabe. So now we see a turn to Brainstorm off that snow-covered plains. Off the snow-covered plains, you ask?
Off the snow-covered plains?
Mate, you need to say something about how broken Astrolabe
I think we said enough.
All right. Well,
let's continue.
Astrolabe delivering the Brainstorm here to leave up the Polluted Delta, because Brainstorm does put 2 cards back on top of the library, which now the fetch land gets to shuffle away, because, search your library for your card, you had to shuffle afterwards, so the 2 cards that you put on top with Brainstorm are not there any longer.
Hey, is this the Belgian mirror match?
It looks to be. It seems to be the Belgian mirror match in the finals. So one way or the other,
Belgium wins.
Yeah, Belgium wins the qualification to the Players Tour. Ponder, taking a look at the top 3 cards here, gets to rearrange them any way he likes, and then he gets to choose if he wants to shuffle. In this case, Baptiste keeps the cards on. No, decides to go for the shuffle. Was not happy with the 3 cards he saw on top.
So in a vacuum, in isolation, I should say, in this matchup, who do you think is preferred? That is a tough question.
That is definitely a tough question. Game 1, I would imagine It's a really tough question because there are so many new cards in these deck lists, like the Quattle. Quattle is huge, right? It can just block. It blocks everything but the Blighted Agent. And Infect does not really have a great way around that. In this case, of course, it's nice that but Sam just gets to attack for 3 because of double Exalted on the Noble Hierarchs. But in general, I would say, at least in game 1, Infect seems to be favored here.
All right.
Another Brainstorm being resolved.
Yeah.
Brainstorm, still one of the most powerful cards in Legacy, even in 2020.
Is that just a straight up counterspell from Baptiste? Yeah,
it's the Ice Age counterspell artwork. So now,
those beautiful Swords to Plowshares.
Baptiste only has a single Swords to Plowshares in his hand as for protection, or is there a second one? Oh, there's a second one. There's 2 copies of Swords to Plowshares.
And that Icefang Cuddle, as you mentioned.
Yeah, both all being able to be deployed. Obviously not all at the same time, but thanks to Astrolabe fixing the mana, should be possible. And Swords to Plowshares makes for a nice removal spell in this matchup, since life total's most likely not very relevant. Let's bring up the artwork that Baptiste actually has in hand. Swords to Plowshares, remove target creature from the game. That creature's controller gains life equal to its power. Your opponent gaining life is a very low price you pay for removing their creature from the game.
Unless they're on Dark Depths.
True, but even then, them gaining 20 life is probably
better than you dying.
Yeah,
yes,
it's better than you taking 20 damage. So this Noble Hierarch now generating mana to activate the Inkmoth Nexus, attacking for a potential 3, and Baptiste gets to decide whether or not he would like to try and exile the land. Baptiste
takes the damage,
and then targets the land with Swords to Plowshares. Sam responding with a crop rotation, allowing him to sacrifice a land, in this case the land that was targeted by Swords to Plowshares, and search up any other land from his library. And I have the suspicion it's going to be another Inkmoth.
Yeah, why not? And you saw Sam play that very correctly. The Inkmoth immediately moving to the grave, as it sacrificing it is part of the cost of playing crop rotation, and then of course crop rotation goes on the stack.
Yeah, exactly. Cost being paid, do not use the stack.
Exactly. So Baptiste cutting his opponent's deck. New Inkmoth Nexus in play, ready to go.
All right, and now Baptiste untapping with a lot of reactive tools, but no proactive thing going on.
Oko is not proactive?
Well, Oko is especially not on the board. Obviously, he does have some proactive things in hand already. Between the Quattle, not super proactive, but at least you can spend mana at the end of Sam's turn. And Oko, but Oko forces Baptiste to tap very low.
Yes.
And in the meantime, while Baptiste does not threaten to do anything, Sam gets to set up his hand.
Yeah, correct. As we see in Brainstorm.
Yeah,
activating the Inkmoth Nexus again.
Now Inkmoth Nexus comes swinging in for another 3 points of damage, and now this Invigorate in Sam's hand seems very juicy. 3 points of infect damage coupled with the +4/+4 off of Invigorate would be lethal.
Were it not for Baptiste's hands completely stacked with interaction.
Yeah. I love the patience on Sam here. No need to fire off the Invigorate early on.
Do you like the patience of Baptiste?
Yes, I think it's totally fine just taking the hit for 3 here.
Going to 6 poison?
Yeah. Since the next hit is not lethal. Taking another hit for 3 I would be cautious of. I don't like that, but it looks like the Glistener Elf is still on the stack, and in response Baptiste tries to path Swords to Plowshares the Inkmoth Nexus, which happens. So Sam gains 3 life there. And now Baptiste trying to counterspell the Glistener Elf. And now it's on Sam to consider an answer to this. With the Brainstorm and the Force of Will in hand, Sam might try to Brainstorm towards a Daze, as Baptiste is currently tapped out, but instead Sam says, That's fine. I still have my single threat on the board. I don't need to fight over this counterspell. And Baptiste swiftly draws a second Akko.
And if you want to see the deck list, you can hover, if you're on Twitch anyways, on the screen to see the cardboard live icons popping up, and then you can just click on the deck and view it. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's a real nice feature made available by Cardboard Live during the past year. As we're moving back into Sam's turn here, we're discovering a second Noble Hierarch below the first one there. Baptiste still not being able to put down any pressure. And interaction is getting slim in Baptiste's hand. There's an Arcum's Astrolabe, which doesn't do anything at instant speed. There's the Ice Fang Quaddle and the Snapcaster Mage. So Baptiste's interaction in hand is down to a single piece of interaction this turn.
Yeah.
Baptiste cannot interact more than once this turn. So if Sam just goes for the kill here, Baptiste is dead. If Sam goes for the Invigorate, Baptiste is completely dead. But Sam does not know that. And for that to happen, Sam would need to force of will this Quaddle right here.
Yeah, so the additional thing is that Sam could think that Baptiste has another copy of Swords to Plowshares in hand, right?
Yeah, that would be the worst case, definitely. But Baptiste already used 2 copies of that. And Sam responding with Brainstorm, maybe looking for a second piece of counter magic to back up that force of will. If Sam finds a Daze here, I'm sure he will go for the kill, and he does. So now if Sam force of wills this Quaddle, and Baptiste does have the third Swords to Plowshares, he can still Daze the Swords to Plowshares and get through with the kill. So I imagine Sam will force of will this Quaddle.
Because that's just lethal. All right, 2 back from the Brainstorm. And there's the Force of Will on the Quaddle.
Yep.
Exiling the Blighting Agent.
And that force has, if you force the Quaddle, you also have to go in for the Invigorate, is what I would assume here. And that's exactly what Sam does. And Baptiste packs it in for game 1 here. Takes a glimpse at the top 3 cards there, and that makes it 1-0 in favor of Sam Dams. Taking him 1 game.
Yeah, closer to being qualified to winning all the money and the trophy and the fame and being able to tell that you won a Card Series on Infect.
Yeah.
All those things and more.
So
no, just all those things.
Yeah, that's 1 more game for Sam Dams and quite the pressure for Baptiste.
Just to reflect quickly on the game, I asked you again, was Baptiste a bit too laid back with taking all those initial turns of damage from the Infect creatures?
No, not at all.
Okay.
If he had not, let's say he had tried to go for let's say everything had played out the same way, except that Baptiste Swords to Plowshare during combat, he would have taken 3 less Infect damage, making him have 3 Infect during that last combat step, which would still have been lethal.
Yeah.
It would actually not have made a difference.
Okay.
So I like it. It nicely, it plays around Vines of the Vastwood nicely, not picking your fights during combat. It's one of the first lessons you learn when playing against Infect. Don't pick your fights during combat. That only goes badly for you, especially if you're trying to fight with cards like Lightning Bolt that can get countered by pump spells.
Yeah.
With absolute removal spells like Swords to Plowshares or Fatal Push, it's a bit of a different story, but still risky because of the literal card Vines of Vastwood, which pumps and grants hexproof.
Absolutely. So, quick look at the sideboards for both players here.
Yep, let's take a look at the sideboards. You can do the same by clicking on the overlay, on the Cardboard Live overlay on Twitch. Let's start with Baptiste, as he's the one that needs to do the catching up here. There's a Deafening Silence.
Ah, that's kind of spicy.
That's a juicy one, because as long as Deafening Silence is on the board, if Sam ever goes in for a pump spell, Baptiste can respond with a removal spell, and Sam cannot respond back because Deafening Silence only allows one non-creature spell per turn.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's a Flusterstorm, also seems great at countering both Sam's counter spells as well as the pump spells. 2 Pyroblast, a bit situational, but probably still good enough because Baptiste might need additional disruption. 1 Red Elemental Blast. Maybe I wouldn't board in all 3 of those.
No, that seems a bit excessive.
Yeah. 2 Veil of Summer are only good against counter magic. At the max, I would board in 1 there. I don't like both because counter magic, like, you're kind of setting up for a counter war there. So maybe 1 is fine. Rest in Peace, not useful at all. Return to Nature, kind of a useful removal spell against Inkmoth Nexus.
Yeah, it is an artifact after all.
Yeah. I like that one. Monastery Mentor might not. I don't think Monastery Mentor is necessary. If you stabilize, you stabilize. I don't.
Yeah. I mean, the scary thing about the Infect deck is it can kill out of nowhere, even though you think you have stabilized, which is what we saw kind of in the last game.
Yeah.
Against Grixis Delver.
Yeah, Monastery Mentor also generates blockers, but so does Akko.
Yeah, and I don't think the Infect deck in that sense cares too much about those blockers, as you also have flying creatures, and you could have those do the job.
I'm not sure there, but I'm sure Baptiste will make the right call here, as he, he's in the final.
Yeah,
he's in the final of the Card Market Series, so he has some experience with this deck apparently. As for the Infect side of things, a single Flusterstorm seems nice to fight over Swords to Plowshares or other counter spells. Grafdigger's Cage doesn't do anything. Pithing Needle doesn't do anything except turning off Akko, so you might actually want to bring that in. Surgical Extraction, not. Swords to Plowshares, also no. Veil of Summer seems nice at countering. Counter spells, Rest in Peace, not very relevant except against Snapcaster Mage. Sylvan Library.
Love it.
Woo! That's a hit.
Yeah.
Drawing additional cards against the banned control deck seems great. And then Force of Vigor does not destroy anything of relevance.
Nope.
And Force of Will, I'm not sure about that because
I don't
you
think
need
so.
2-for-1 yourself.
Exactly. That Force of Will is very more to combat the unfair decks, and Oko is about as fair as the decks get.
Yeah.
Snowco, sorry.
All right, here we see the entire Snowco deck list. Snow Control, Oko Control, Slowco, Slow Control, Oko, something. And here we have the Infect deck list.
Also with Oko.
Nice. So it's an Oko finals. Everyone scream for a ban right now. Woo, ban Oko. No, I actually think Oko is very fine in Legacy, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the appropriate power level.
I mean, this is more a question as in should this card have been printed versus is it fine in Legacy, right? So,
yeah, like the power level is definitely fine. It might be not fine in certain matchups where it dominates creature-based matchups, maybe a bit too much, but like your Akko is not very good against the combo decks of the format.
So, is Baptiste going to take a mulligan? It seems like he's thinking about it. His hand is very heavy on the lands, but a Brainstorm is actually a pretty good way of getting rid of most of those lands.
Yeah. Brainstorm, great at fixing hands in Legacy, ever since. On the other side of things, we see 2 Noble Hierarchs, a Tropical Island, and we're still getting confirmation on the other cards. Also of note, the games are not tied 0-0. It's actually 1-0 in Sam's favor.
Sam is 1 game ahead.
And you can see the excitement in both of these players' eyes. you can tell it by their body language. These players are excited, and both of them want to qualify for the Players' Tour.
Yeah. Yeah, both players must be happy to come this far in general after, facing down so many opponents, 8 rounds of Magic, and then cutting your way through the top 8 to end up in the finals, getting to play on camera.
Both of these players have played 10 rounds of Magic. 10.
Yeah.
That's
of Legacy as well. Yeah, we're not playing Standard Burn here.
And they're playing Brainstorm decks.
A bit of shade at Standard Burn. Yeah.
They're playing Brainstorm decks. They have resolved Brainstorm 10 rounds today. Must be exhausting, but
absolutely,
you have to do it one final time. And that's what we're about to do here. Baptiste on the play here for game 2. hopefully...
Looks like both players are keeping their hand. We're just entering the data here so we can keep a better track of what exactly is in their hand.
All right. Polluted Delta being fetched away. Most likely to grab a basic here, so Arkham's Astrolabe can come down.
Most definitely. So, Astrolabe. Draw a card. It does resolve.
It's a Snapcaster. All right, Snapcaster, nice. A nice way to, rebuy your spells from the graveyard.
There's the turn 1 Noble Hierarch from Sam.
First Hierarch, and did Sam take multiple mulligans, or our data just not up to date?
I think the data is still being entered. He seems to have a pretty full hand, right?
All right. Brainstorm picking up 2 additional lands is not exactly what Baptiste wanted to see. Quickly putting back that Mystic Sanctuary, since he would like to fetch it out later on. Notably, Baptiste does not have a single piece of interaction in hand.
Doesn't.
That Brainstorm just completely bricked on anything relevant.
I mean, you wouldn't mulligan that hand though, right?
No, never.
Seeing the Brainstorm with the fetch lands.
Brainstorm fixes your hand, and I think it should be good enough to keep. It might be close, like it's not a premium hand, but it's good enough.
So, Ponder. Okay, that helps. Looking at the top 3 there.
Shuffling again, so
right
Baptiste's hand really not coming together, and you have to wonder if Sam can tell a little bit, maybe by reading body language, maybe by.
It seems like I don't want to use the word desperate, but a lot of digging for something. Right?
Yeah, especially during the early turns where you might want to keep up counter magic or something, and that's a Brainstorm from Sam.
Everything starts with a Brainstorm.
I mean, not everything.
A lot of things.
Standard matches don't start with a Brainstorm?
Yeah, but that's not a lot of things.
I mean, I would argue that there are more You couldn't see it, but Robert...
Legacy players watching our stream here.
Robert rolled his eyes so hard, they were...
almost coming out of the back of my head.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, and it seems like Sam is ready to deploy another creature, but it's just another Noble Hierarch. No infect creature
All right,
yet.
so both players kind of like this would have been a nice moment for Sam to strike, right? His opponent is still setting up. Now is the time to deploy something and go for it, or?
But apparently nothing available. And within the 2 last draw steps, Baptiste has picked up 2 pieces of interaction, so now his hand is looking much better. Between Snapcaster Mage, Akko, Pyroblast, and the Swords to Plowshares he has just picked up,
okay,
he will probably not lose the game very soon.
All right, there is the first threat, the Blighted Agent, but like you mentioned, Baptiste has a Swords to Plowshares.
So that Swords to Plowshares will most likely... Oh, never mind.
He's going to Snapcaster
back the Brainstorm. Okay. Interesting. Trying to find a bit more interaction, I assume. All right, but didn't find any actual interaction, only some quadrils. Blighted Agent, however, is unblockable. Blighted Agent has 2 keywords. One is unblockable, the other is Infect. And once again, Baptiste left without a lot of interaction for this Blighted Agent. Although 2 removal spells might get the job done. But actually, will they? Never mind.
Has Vines of the Fastwood, right?
Yeah, there's 2 Vines, and there's the Force. So if Sam goes for the proactive Vines and has a blue card. All right. So yeah, Baptiste picking a good spot for the fight here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because had he done that in the opposing turn, Vines of the Vastwood could be kicked to grant additional +4/+4.
Mm-hmm.
And in that case, things might have gone horribly wrong. So the second Vines of Vastwood countering the Swords to Plowshares. And that leaves Sam with a single draw step to maybe draw something lethal. We don't quite know what the exact contents of Sam's hand are. Oh, apparently there's an Invigorate, so this would mean 7 points of infect damage. So if he picks up another pump spell, Baptiste is actually just dead.
Just dead, right? Oh, so you see Sam.
Oh, you see him. Oh,
he's getting very tired.
Oh my.
Scale up.
That's the scale up. And if that Invigorate is still in hand, Baptiste is actually just dead. After having lost that fight over the Blighted Agent last turn, Baptiste not with a lot of interaction. Even after the third or the second Brainstorm and a Ponder, Baptiste still with too little interaction in hand. And if that Invigorate is actually in Sam's hand, that might just be it. Baptiste gonna play a Quattle here to try and dig for a Force of Will.
Yeah,
or a Force of Negation. That's his last out.
That's his last out.
And Baptiste plays 6 of them in his 75, I think. So this should be around a 1 in 8.
I might be Dutch, but I'm not Frank Carson, so.
I think this is around a 1 in 8, since there should be around 50 cards in Baptiste's library, actually even fewer, so maybe like a 1 in 7, 1 in 8. All right, let's see it.
Okay, Cuddle, resolves, draw cards, and an Astrolabe.
Yeah,
right?
that's not a Force of Negation or a Force of Will, and
there's the.
That's the game.
Bam!
2-0. Sam takes it
final
down.
23 minutes. Sam wins his invitation to the Players Tour. You see Baptiste, he's smiling, he's being a good sport. There's the handshake.
Yeah.
That's what we like to see.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
What a match.
Congratulations to Sam for playing this very, very, very tight, even after playing so many rounds.
A quick 2-0 here for Sam. Wow. Oh, wow. What an exciting game. Like, winning that war over the Blighted Agent during Baptiste's last turn, definitely. And he played his game, got there, and that's all that matters in the end. Oh wow! Huge congrats to Sam. Huge congrats to Sam for taking down Card Market Series Paris, the Legacy main event.
Yeah. Wow! In fact, winning the Card Market Series
in such incredible games
yes,
too.
So tightly played.
Yeah,
just a joy to watch.
Yeah. It was a pleasure to watch that semifinals and the finals as
absolutely.
well. Go back and watch that semifinals as soon as we upload it to YouTube, because that was incredible, and that finals was an impressive showcase of skill as well. Go back there. Sam knows when to pick the spots. Try to play out of Sam's perspective for once. When you don't know what's in your opponent's hand, when you don't know how many counter spells they have to back up their stuff.
But this is playing Infect.
Yeah, this is playing Infect, and you can tell Sam did a really good job of playing Infect there.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have an interview with Sam coming up very soon.
Yeah, we'll have another
interview. We want to catch his reaction.
Yeah, we have to hear it from him.
Yeah.
In the meantime, this will be it for us here from the booth, from Robert and myself and Kai, obviously.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure having everyone along in chat, having everyone along at home. It was nice seeing all of these games unfold. Modern yesterday, Legacy today. So much spicy stuff.
Yeah, I'm so glad that we're still streaming Legacy. It's just after the day, you just see it's just such a nice format to watch.
Having Legacy around on the Card Market Series, I think, is one of the best features of the series. It's one of the most exciting things about coverage, because you don't get to see Legacy very often, but it's still such an exciting format.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, we're going to keep that going.
Thank you guys very much for watching. As always, we love you guys. We're going to go to the interview. Let Sam take it away. Explain to him how his day went, how he won. And thank you for watching. Good night.
Thank you very much, Charmin and Robert. We are back here in Paris, live from the venue. And here we got Sam, who's becoming a regular in our interviewing area. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is now yours.
Thank you very much.
Congrats.
Thank you.
You went into this match saying that Infect might not be the favorite deck. But before we talk about decks, let's first get some feelings in. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling amazing. I can't put it in any way. The road to here was quite difficult with all the Delvers, which is not an easy matchup, and I'm thrilled.
It's still settling in, basically.
Yes, I'm still so glad. I still can't quite believe it that I actually won. So
right,
that's great.
So there's a very good chance that if you guys are going on his Facebook or something and letting you know, hey, congratulations on winning.
I think 5 seconds after I won the finals, people were calling me. So I just put the phone away for a while and
right.
yeah.
Okay, and then when you see enough people congratulating, then it's gonna settle in.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, but it was a very deserved victory. Thank you for putting on a show for us.
You're welcome.
Let's talk a little bit about the matchup at least. Right. So because going into the match, you said you think he is favored, but what was different in the match itself?
Thing is, if I can start with a noble hierarch, that's a very good beginning for me. If he doesn't remove it, then it probably means that he doesn't have removal, because I think you have to remove every single. And my hands weren't like nuts or anything, but I had brainstorms, and I think I chose the moments quite well, when to go for it, because that's, for me, the most difficult thing about playing Infect is choosing when you have to go for it. Because if I choose the right timing and I play like Invigorated Berserk, one source to Plowshares, and it's a 3-for-1, so that's the most difficult thing in the matchup. But like in game 1, I saw that he was stuck on 3 lands for a while. I already saw 2 swords to Plowshares, and then Brainstorm, so I knew time to go for it. And pretty much the same in game 2. I knew he only had 2 mana left, and I had quite a good hand, and especially after I had the 2 vines, and he didn't respond to anything, I knew there's no removal left. No way. So I knew a scale up was coming. So I was thinking probably means the only thing that's left is counters. So I figured
in that moment you were like...
Yeah, I was already thinking ahead about the next step. So I think if I can untap with this one, chances are very likely that I may just win this.
Well, that must feel nice. And now, of course, you also got the qualification for the Players Tour.
Yes.
What's that going to be like for you? Have you been playing there in the last few years?
I don't even know what the format is, so...
Okay, so that's a hard no.
No, I only play Legacy, and I know it's definitely... well, that's not true. I mainly play Legacy.
All right.
You know what the format
Oh,
is?
they keep switching, but at the moment they try to push Pioneer a lot.
That's great, because I've actually been playing Pioneer as well, but I haven't tested quite as much as Legacy, of course. But if it's Pioneer, then I'm quite excited, because I really like that format as well.
Like, I know for a fact it's going to be in Copenhagen, so should be easy enough for you guys to get there.
Yeah, sure. I'll check my schedule if I can make it, of course, but I will definitely try to make time.
Right. And now with that victory, you also have a really good shot, at least in the early lead, for our Power 8 ranking. In case you don't know, the most successful players at the end of the season are going to get money just for showing up next year. Is that something you're going to be pursuing for the rest of the year?
I would really love to, because, well, if they pay me to come and play Magic, I mean, there's not...
Sounds like a good deal.
Living the dream, I guess.
Right.
But I'll have to see, because I don't know. There's one in the Netherlands, and I'm from Belgium, so that's easy. So I will definitely make that one. I think there's one in Germany too. So
in Cologne, yes.
Yeah, so those 2 I will definitely go to, but the other ones I'm not sure. And if I...
Seville is a bit hard to get to be honest.
Yeah, sure. So I think if I want to end up high in the leaderboards, I'll probably have to see if I can play another few. So I'll try. I'll check my schedule.
All right. So let's just say there's a very good chance we're going to see you again.
Definitely at least one. Let me put it that way. At
all
least
right,
one.
all right. So the other guys are already preparing for that, I guess.
Sure.
So
I will expect Infect probably this time.
All right. So congratulations again.
Thank you.
It's very nice having you guys here. All of you you guys told me you had a good time, but we could also tell you we had a good time hosting you. You've been amazing players for us.
And thank you very much for the trophy. I really do love it. Thank you.
All right. So guys, that is it from our Legacy main event, which also concludes all of the Magic events. If you are interested in finding out what happened in the other main events, because we also had a standard main event where Jean-Emmanuel, actually, Depras, won a clear 9-0 victory, and he's going to play the very same deck at the World Championship. He's flying out on Tuesday, if that storm has left Paris by Tuesday, but I think so. So that's something you can find in our Facebook group, or rather on our official coverage. All of the links that you need are below this Twitch stream. I already mentioned it, but I need to mention it again. There are more contents coming up in the upcoming weeks. We recorded an interview with Svetlin Velinov. We also did deck features. We did more interviews with players on site. All of that can be found on our various social channels, on Instagram, on Facebook, on YouTube. So please, guys, subscribe and make sure to at least join the Facebook group, because this is where we spread and share all the information for the upcoming events in the card market series. The next event is going to be in Seville. It's at the end of next month. I hope to see a lot of you guys there. You can always check out the schedule. After that, we're going to be going to Cologne. This is very likely going to be a very big event, so you should book your tickets early. There's free refunds. There's no reason not to book your tickets early and make our life a little bit easier so we can plan ahead and host a lot of players because we want to go back to 500 players at these events. With that, thank you everyone in the organization team, everybody that moved 700 players from Hall A to Hall B because we had to evacuate the first hall due to the storm that was hitting Paris today. The trees outside are still shaking. You might hear some background noise. That's the storm passing over. But please know everybody's safe. We made sure that everybody's having a good time here. Also, big thanks to our commentators for this event. And I hope you guys at home enjoyed the show. With that, we are signing off. I'm your host for the weekend, Oliver German. And then hopefully we're going to catch you again for the Card Market Series in Seville very soon.